All right. Everybody, what's going on? CZA, D. Matthew, Jim Hypes, Shanti, Valerie. All right, folks, we're going to start here in about 2 minutes. Make sure that you're ready, good to go. Let me know in the chat. What's going on, Nicola? Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. We're going to get this whole thing started here in a little bit. And a couple shout outs there. We'll be going over trade ideas, education, setups, equities, buys, sales, a whole lot of different things. So if you're here to find trade ideas, you came to the right place. Nick Shaheen is going to be here in a couple of minutes. He is in the live room right now. A lot of people are asking, where is Nick? So Nick does a live trading room Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And that's where he is right now. So we're just waiting for him to get out of that. And he is going to come here with all you folks here, right? Rathan, excited to learn. Everybody should be excited to learn. Green Moon, Joyce, what's going on from Spain? Geethug from Tampa, hope you're doing well, dude. Yosef, Israel, Oakland, Michigan, Ohio, Virginia. We got definitely an interesting crowd here, folks. And don't worry, we're going to get this whole thing started here in a few. But basically, just so that everybody gets an understanding, right? We're going to bring in the lead trader, Nick Shaheen of the Options Inner Circle chat room. We'll turn this off. And we're going to be discussing trade ideas, setups, options chain, iron condors, butterflies, a whole lot of different things out there, folks, so that you can kind of get a sense really of everything that we'll be going over too, right? So Shanti, what's going on from South Carolina? How's everything going? Yes, and at the end, okay, you have to make sure to stay at the end because we will be doing a live review, pretty much showing you the chat room, the live chat room from Nick Shaheen. So let me go ahead and check here in the back. Valerie from Maryland, Thailand, California. Okay, there's definitely a big crowd here. So let's go ahead and try to see if we can get this on. I think we have Nick Shaheen in the house. So let's go ahead and see if we can bring him in here. Let's go, folks.
I always love that. There's no video today. I'm sorry. My office is a mess. I'm switching cell phones. I'm switching everything. So you're going to get my audio only, but you have all of me.
It's all good, man. All right. So basically we have a ton of people here. Daniel from Nigeria. Daniels, are you always tuning in from Nigeria? I swear there's always like 2 people from Nigeria. I don't know if that's you, Daniel, but we have a ton of viewers here. It's going to be a very great session here. We have with Nick Shaheen. He's the lead trader at the Options Inner Circle chat room. It's a live trading room. I was just telling them, Nick, that you might be maybe a minute or two, but you're always on time, a minute or two late because you're always running that live room.
I finished the live room, ran downstairs, started my phone transfer, grabbed a bite to eat because it's a 9-hour day for me live streaming with 300 people. Today, I think we were 290. So I needed a bite to eat so I can have the stamina to keep up with you here. So it's going to be, I'm going to give you an idea of what happens from before the bell rings and what we do here and how everybody can benefit from it by joining the group. And it's not all for fast traders, as you know. So I guess I'll start with, like, can I take the screen over?
Yeah, let's go ahead here. Everybody's ready to go. And for those that are asking questions on anything, we'll be posting the links in the chat on where to email, call, and how to sign up. So don't worry, we got you covered. Just make sure that you do it from the chat. That's the link.
Okay, there we go. You guys disappeared. I don't know where you're at. Usually I see your face somewhere. Okay, no worries. So what you're looking at is what 300 people look at every day, all day. So let's do one of these screens. And just as an example, so tonight MU Micron reported earnings. So before the day ended, somewhere around here, somebody said, "Hey, what do you think? What do you see for from the options for Micron?" I said, "Well, I don't feel confident owning calls because there's resistance, but I feel confident buying the dip into 49, 48, ideally 45." And look, this is what happened. So somewhere around here, I said, I would buy shares after hours. That's what I said to the people in the room. And if they did, they made instant money. So they bought shares wherever, and they made instant money. And here's my idea. I said, I would buy shares after hours And if they don't want to scalp them, they don't want to sell them after hours, they can sell covered calls tomorrow morning at the open for tomorrow's expiration and lower their entry price. So when you buy shares, you have the right to sell covered calls against them, and I show them how. Before I forget, I want to mention this. So later tonight, hopefully after we're done here and I still have some energy, I'll drink a couple of bang sips. And I'm going to drop a video in the chat room, which is not the live room, because I shared a trade setup for tomorrow for Nike, and the same idea for Micron. And I wanted to see, a few people took it, even though it's earnings and all of that. I wanted to give them the heads up onto what it is for the people that didn't take it, and how would one manage it, and how would one profit from it. So it's going to be like maybe a 7-minute video, but it's going to be comprehensive from start to finish. Consider it a lesson on options. Even though it's a complicated procedure doing a diagonal, I'll break it down in its elements and it won't be so complicated. It's really clear. The idea is to take advantage of people's anxiety. This week, Micron and Nike reported earnings tonight. So the prices of the options for those two things, tickers, are crazy. Like, for example, Nike's implied volatility, prices for the options this week, to say it in plain, simple English, implied volatility was incredibly high. Yeah, the prices for the options for this week. So if you bought a put or a call in Nike for this week, you overpaid more than 3 times what you should have. You didn't have an option. You didn't have like a workaround. If you wanted to buy this week, you had to pay 3 times, which I never do. So what's the smarter thing to do? Go out in time and buy it a few weeks out. You would pay the going rate. For example, if somebody bought the $100 call for Nike, they paid, I want to say $150, $180. I can tell you exactly what they paid. They would have paid $180. Wow. For one day at the open, that $180 is going to get demolished regardless. Even if it had rallied, they would have gotten demolished. So somebody wanted to buy calls. I said, instead of buying calls, I would buy a call diagonal. So I would buy the call way out in time, which is 1021. Believe it or not. Oh, I'm sorry. That was the 1021 price. 100. Wait, that can't be. No, it's not. I was right. So the 1021 $100 call is $320. Yes, in absolute terms, it's more than 180 for the one for tomorrow. But you have 21 days on the clock after the bell rings tomorrow to open. So you pay $320. And then you sell against it the call for this week, and you collect $100. That $100 is going to completely pay you out in profits tomorrow morning. When the bell rings, whoever sold that is going to make $100 just from the bell ringing. So the price that they paid total for the trade would be under $200. Somebody quoted me, they got a fill for $199. So tomorrow at the bell, they're going to still have about $199, I'm estimating. We'll see where it opens. So that's the smart way to trade it. And I'm going to lay out a video to share how that's done for next time and why that works in just visual representation.
Really quick here, Nick, before we do continue, we usually do this at the beginning, but we don't know why we skipped it. But just to get a sense of where everybody is, we have about 300 or more people live right now in the chat, folks. Give us a 1 in the chat if this is your first time attending one of these sessions, and a 2 if this is Philip. I'm Philip. Come on, you signed up yesterday, Philip. Flip. And a 2 if this is not your first time. Okay, that is the most amount of ones I've seen back to back, Nick.
I like it. A lot of 1s. No bad habits. That's a lot of 1s. I like it.
Yeah. That's good also, because there's also a lot of these stock gurus out there, so that can get very confusing.
Look, the 2s are coming in. The 2s are coming in.
Those are the members. Those are the members. All right, folks, come on.
The members are here. What the hell are you doing here?
They just can't stop.
You're with me. You're with me 9 hours a day. Hey, I recognize some of these names. Yeah, they're scrolling pretty fast. Anyway.
Yeah, everybody's here. Everybody's here. We got a party.
Okay. So let me frame this for you, by the way. So if you don't know me, I'm not from Wall Street. I'm an electrical engineer with an MBA in finance, and I left the corporate world a long time ago, and I never came back. I've had a couple of companies since then, and then a while back I said, you know what, I just like trading, and then I fell into Benzinga like 10, 11 years ago, just by mistake, and we married the efforts. So I like to teach and show people ways that are hard to learn, usually with the jargon from Wall Street. They provide the platform. It's a great relationship. We've been doing it for so long, more than a decade. So clearly we're not cheating people. So here, I'm going to make you a guarantee from here on out. If you join the group, I'm guaranteeing you that you will become a better trader leaving the group. Hopefully you won't leave. Because I have good traders, and I'll show you why I have good traders. Because we trade as a group to find opportunities. So if you join the live room, if you're a fast trader, you will see opportunities for entries and exits from me with arrows. I'll show you examples. You'll see more from other people that are good scalping. And then you'll find your speed. You'll say, whoa, I can't trade like that guy. He's too fast. But I can trade like Ryan. He takes bets that unfold over 2 or 3 days. One of the people shared entries yesterday. Today, he showed me his P&L in a private message. He was up $5,000, okay, from his trades yesterday. And they were not scientific. He said, I'm doing this using that. He says, I'm short this by buying that put. You can choose to follow, you can not, but the opportunities are there. Another guy who was in and out, in and out. We have girls who are trading iron condors. I got a message, hey, my credit put spread for tomorrow is getting heat. Should I get out? Denise, if you're here, go home. The idea of a community trading together is so much more fruitful than just one person trying to go at it alone. Now, not everybody can be in the live room. That's why it's not the product I'm pitching you on. Although if you can be in the live room, that's your best odds of making money pretty quickly. So my product is education for a whole year. If you join me for a year, the classroom is open all day. If you can join live, we learn a whole bunch of stuff, including the concept I just explained to you, the diagonal. We track charts minute to minute. Like somebody says, hey, I'm holding Nike, what do I do? And then I'll look at Nike and I'll say, well, you're falling just above a gap. So maybe it falls to 85. So but it is the whole zone is supportive. So I would say, in fact, look at my alert to get long. Look, Nike long, and it's just below current price. Current price is that blue line. And I'm at just below it. So I'll get the alert because I want to get long into that gap. So maybe I'll have the chance tomorrow. But you're saying, Nick, all of this. I said, this is the pandemic. So if markets are going to stabilize soon enough, there's no reason to get down there. Besides, my notes every day say, whatever trade you take now, make sure it is not addition to what you have. Like if I'm long Nike, I would not add on this drop. I'm using Nike as an example. So all this discussions happens live. Let's say you cannot be live. So the teaching moments are every day. And I do have a chat room where you can hang out. And it looks like this. And people are in here. I'm new to this group, so I'm wondering if I can find someone to answer my dumb question. Ask away. And I have my area where I post messages, like this Tesla trade setup that I shared earlier today. But all day I'm sharing things. And in the morning, I share the, this is not me sharing, this is the shared, this is the thin line is a whole bunch of years, seasonality. They're showing, is this correction like the other one? I think that is what they were trying to say. So my morning notes are here with the rules of engagement. These are not my charts, other people. Good student, A+, because they answered somebody else's question. Somebody shared, I'm long, but BBBI calls. I think they made money on those today. And not that it's my stock. So this is Red. He's pretty active here. Is it a he? I think it is. Anyway. This,
right,
this is a chat room that's open all day, every day. It's not live, whereas like I'm not sharing charts live and sharing screens. Let's say you work, you have a job, you get home, you read my notes and go, okay, this is a trade I can take tomorrow. Or you have a question, you ask me in private. Okay, you ask me in private. Alice asked me in private, hey, I took that trade that you suggested. Is it in trouble yet? What do I do? What are you doing with yours? So we'll see how that happens. Okay, so the person asked their question. Let's
Yeah, and really quick here, Radiance 259. I'm gonna post a link there for you so that you can join the chat, but we'll cover the details later. But yeah, just make sure to keep those questions coming in.
Yep. So 26, this person, let's see if I can answer him or her. Let me see. Adobe 265, 260, ADBE. Okay, so the answer would be if on expiration day, ADBE is at or above your sold put, you win. Okay, that's the easy answer there on Adobe. All right. So if the live room is the best place to be if you have the time. If not, don't worry. The whole product is designed to suit your schedule. You drive the bus. I'm here for you all day, every day if you want it. If not, I'm here for you 24/7 through the chat room. If not, I'm here for you twice on Sunday. I swear to you, that's not a joke. Twice on Sunday. So every Sunday, every Friday, I send out a list, a form where you tell me what tickers you want me to do homework on. And then on Saturday, I do 4 hours of homework for you. I type it up. I put it into a nice little spreadsheet like this. And then on Sunday, we'll get together and we will record a video, 3 video, in fact, with these spreadsheets, with the results and my findings. I write, just imagine how long it takes to just type it up. And this is the lightest week in a long time. The week before that was 179. The week before that was like 170 or 67. So we do a lot of homework. I do a lot of homework for you. And you will get 3 videos companions with it. And then recourse here. If you have follow-up questions, you can come here. So the idea is to give you all the tools necessary to succeed in trading like a pro. Whether you have the skills or not, I try to break it down for you to build your skills. And the community is insane. I just cannot, like somebody here, Red, was trying to answer the question, puts or calls, and then he didn't read that they said credit put spread. So Red missed that. Oh, never mind. I see you said puts. So
yeah, and really quick there, we got a quick question from Marilyn. Can I join if I've never traded before? Absolutely.
You
Nick has a
can,
bunch of new
because
traders,
you're going to ask me, quote, dumb questions. And if you have 10 minutes to go live and ask me those questions live, you will hear me answer them like now. I have my microphone on. I'll have my screen on. Give me a question. Give me a stupid question right now. By stupid, I put it in quotes.
No. The Rodrigo in the chat is me. That is not a spam. That's
Oh.
that's me, JD.
Hey, look,
Dr.
Look, they're already looking out for you.
No,
They're already
these guys
looking
have
at.
been around. They've been around.
Speaking of which, you know you're in the presence of royalty when somebody spoofs you on Twitter and tries to poach your clients. So your members, I should say. So somebody went on Twitter and copied my picture, they went 1 letter off my Twitter handle, and they're reaching out to all of my members or all the followers and saying, hey, I can hook you up. So I had to go to Twitter and prove to them that who I am. I had to upload my driver's license and say, this is me. The other guy's the imposter. Can you kick him out? And they did, or her.
Yeah.
Is it okay to buy Nvidia for long now? Let's jump right in. So you're part of the group. Tell me what, are you a current holder of Nvidia longs? No. Okay. So somebody that's not long Nvidia can nibble on Nvidia, and I emphasize nibble, okay, because Nvidia is in the hands of the sellers for months. It has a date with double digits. It can avert it, but it should be going to double digits, all said and done. It will follow the market. So if the market jumps and rallies, it will avert it for now. But there is a head and shoulder pattern here. Basically, as long as it's under 200, it is in trouble, and the downside target is something like this. It doesn't have to fill all of it, but it has another one here and something here. So this candle here, 160 area, is difficult on the way up. Here's my problem with that. This was the world before COVID. Okay. Look how far above that we are. Facebook is already here. it doesn't have a lot of fat to lose. Sorry about that. That's a brand new phone. I don't know how to turn off, so I'm just going to leave it right there. It's going to ping on us. So why would I want to jump into Nvidia and not Facebook, Meta? Or if Nvidia is in fact rallying, then the S&P is rallying. And I don't want to take on the junk that comes with Nvidia. What junk am I talking about? Don't they have the rules from the government telling them don't sell to whatever, or supply chain issues? Well, I would like to avoid these specific headlines that are specific to these three companies, Intel, Nvidia, and AMD. Whether true or not, they are complications. So can you buy Nvidia here? If you're planning on buying 100 shares, I would only buy 20. So you can buy 20 here, and if Nvidia falls to here, then you can buy another 30 or 40. So then you belong Nvidia somewhere here. I wouldn't buy all in. That's my answer. And I wouldn't choose Nvidia to catch this falling knife. You do have a strong support level here. If you lose these two, I think Nvidia goes to 2 digits, like 98.
All right, let's show them a little bit more what else it would feel like. Give us another stock, folks. Nick is basically giving you.
I'm going to give you something else why they tell me that. Check this out. Check this out. This was today. At some point in time, the SPX was down, the SPOI is down here. I said target 1, target 2. Within minutes, target 1 was done. Just example. So right here, I would say I would buy a call or buy shares like the SPY. You get to here, you sell your calls, you exit. This is probably a 10-15% win. Yesterday, here's something. Yesterday, in the morning, out of the blue, everybody knows I'm not trading Chinese companies. Out of the blue, James pops in, a fellow who's very active in the live room. He's a fast trader. He said, one second, he said, I'm buying BABA. I like BABA calls. I said, what are you thinking? And he gave me his idea. I was like, you know what? I don't mind it either. So I went out and bought BABA calls for 1021. We were up 45% in 2 hours. So we went up 45% in 2 hours. So I said, you know what, folks? I made 45% in 2 hours, but I chose 1021 calls. The fellow that gave me that idea chose next week's calls, I think. So he was more pressing with time. So I said, because I chose 1021, I have options. I can sell covered calls. Remember I just mentioned the covered calls scenario? Well, that's what I did. So what did I do? Yesterday when BABA rallied, I sold and booked $50 per contract out of thin air against tomorrow's expiration for Alibaba. So as long as Alibaba doesn't spike tomorrow, I am long calls for 21 days after the bell opens tomorrow, and I'm already profitable and I have money in my pockets. So if the markets rally, Alibaba could really pay me in 21 days.
Right.
And that wasn't my idea. It was somebody else's idea. I just implemented it.
And Alice there from the chat saying, been looking for a pro that truly teaches how to fish. I'm not much into alert service BS. I really want to learn to be profitable on my own.
I'll tell you more than that. I'm going to teach you to find a fishing pole that suits your style of fishing. Not everybody can fish the same way. I cannot trade like James in the room. He's too fast. I can't do it because I'm helping a whole bunch of people. And even if I'm not, I may be not able to do it. So I prefer slower trades. So I'm going to find a way that works I'm going to help you find a way that works for you with your schedule, with your setup. So for example, I have members that have been with me for like 9 years, 8 years. They know exactly what they want. They come to me and say, hey, yesterday he came to me, Peter, I think, or Jose. No, it was Peter. So he knows exactly what he does. He does credit put spreads, which is a bull put spread, which is a bullish position that I love because it doesn't require a rally. And he does them way out in time, way below current price. So he's pretty conservative like me. And then he said, well, since the market rallied 3%, I'm going to short the market a little bit and buy some put spreads. So this morning, when the market opened and fell apart, he's making money to defend his other positions. And he told me exactly what he was going to do. He paid $4.50 for a $10 wide debit put spread. So he's probably doubling his money. If the market doesn't recover, he doubled his money on that insurance. That's not bad. It's not profits because you're offsetting losses somewhere else. But since his way of going long doesn't require rallies, so they are going to end up being profits indeed. So plenty of ways to fish. I'll teach you all the ways of fishing. You choose which one fits your style and taste.
Marmos is asking, I've been trading stocks since 2020, but never touched options. I found it intimidating. I see that you talk a lot about that. Is it a better way to make money comparing to regular trading?
Okay, so I can answer that in very detail. Stocks and options, if you make bets and you get it right, you make more money with options. It's a better bang for the buck using options. I'll give you an example. Let's pick a stock, Nike. So Nike today was down 3%. Okay. So if you made the bet yesterday with this week's options that Nike was going to fall, the stock fell 3%. You made 60% on your money with options. The problem is that those who bet the wrong way lost 40% of their money. So while those who bet the wrong way in Nike, if you bought Nike shares, you lost 3%. Those who bought Nike calls lost 40%. Those who bet right won way more. So buying options has the opportunity to make you a lot of money quickly, but it's also dangerous if you do it willy-nilly. I try to teach everybody how to sell options more so than buy them, or at least think like an option seller. Why? What do they say when you take a class on options? They say most options expire worthless. So therefore, it tells you you want to be a seller of options, not a buyer of options, because most options expire worthless. So you want to sell them whenever you can, because the market maker is the person who sells something, right? So you want to be a seller of options. So if you've never done options, I can help you ease into them, and it could be a blend. I have people in the group that don't do options. I have people in the group that do. I can think of one gentleman, Prabit. He is getting into futures contracts, and that's fine. The levels we keep, he says, he popped in today out of nowhere into the live room. Thank you for the morning note. The levels that you gave me from your charts in the morning were great. They helped him make money. He didn't tell me how. He didn't tell me how he traded. He just made money off of my charts in the morning. All he had to do is read my comments in the morning, and I share charts. I share 3 ETF charts, SPY, QQQ, and IWM. I share the ES, which is the E-mini futures on the S&P, and the NQ, which is the mini on the NASDAQ. So along with my comments. So Prabit jumps in, takes the message, takes the support resistance line that I share, and he traded successfully today. So if you've never traded options, you want to dabble into options, I can help you get started with options. I don't have official starting classes, but you know what I do have? I forgot the person who asked about that. I have these. So you would go into here and learn about put options. What's a put option? You click here, you watch a whole video. It's probably 20 minutes long. It's 10 minutes long. And once you're done with put options, you go into here. What's a call option? This one is 12 minutes long. When you're done with these two, you go to, hey, what the heck is a spread? I hear people talking about spreads. You get 11 minutes of that. Then you say, this is the money maker. This is where you become a micro market maker. When you learn about credit spreads, and this is a minute 20, just credit put spread. So we have a whole bunch. And today I will be dropping another one in the live room here somewhere. So I will drop it in here. Hopefully it'll take me probably about half hour after I get off here. And if not, definitely by the morning. I want them to be ready by the morning. So look for it. If you join, there are resources, and that's one of them. The getting started page is one of them. And if you have questions, I share other videos that I don't post in this page. It would be too many to post there, but I have access to them. So let's see if I have any feedback that I remember. Good morning. Yesterday, let me see, Tom, relatively new. I think this is his first week. I know for a fact. I don't know if it's second day or not. That's the guy that, anyway, he did well today. There's Denise. Dushka is funny as heck. Vinny trades the IWM a lot. Roy had a good day, I know, because he came in feverishly thanking me at the end of the day. Here we had 282 people. Good morning, Nick. Yesterday, cup you drew for Apple was spot on. I'll show you what that. Actually, I can't. I deleted it. Second day with you. So he made money last. And then here's another one. Already made 20% of my lifetime subscription. That's Andrew. This is what they're seeing.
That's Andrew. That's Andrew. I was talking with him a couple days ago. He's a new. He literally joined like a couple days ago.
Right. He's one of the new people in there. There's Tom. There's Andrew. I'm drawing a blank on the rest of them. Here's Andrew again. Done for the day. Great first day. That was his first day. The other one was the second day. Let me see here. Oh, this one is from today. I remember this one. I said, I'll cover your name. He goes, no, don't cover my name. His name is Dylan. Okay, so 10% added to account total. And he had a very bad week last week. So he's trying to recover. Thanks for teaching me how to read these low time frame charts. Low time frame, look at this, 15 seconds. Yeah, we go down to 15 seconds. However, today I said I need to slow it down. The action was just junk. So I went to 1 minute, slowed it down, went to the SPX, which is less choppy, so we can easily trade the day. We caught this breakout, by the way. I charted this breakout into the close. I knew it was going to close above 36.37. Where did it close? Oh my gosh. I said there's upside pressure to 36.40 like within the first 3 hours of the day. So I sold the put spread and I made 95 cents per contract out of thin air. So if you don't know what that is, if I did 10, I made $950 out of thin air. It wasn't easy, but I made it. And I shared it. So it doesn't look like I teach from scratch. I didn't know this was a class to teach. And so
yeah, there's a ton of stuff there.
We're just trying to educate you as what happens there. What do you want to learn from scratch?
Really quick here before we do get onto this. Getting a lot of questions here from the folks. I'm going to run through some here in the chat and some from the different chats and messages you guys have sent. C. Jenkins, please send an email there to the contact on the levels so that we can kind of make sure we can get you on this particular level, the live room. Let's see. Then we other have. Okay, how do I join it? FamFit, I put the chat, the link to join in the chat. So make sure you guys are checking the chat room. Use that link. And if you have any questions, email or call that number because this expires at midnight. Okay, next we have a question here. Force, for which membership is needed to access the videos? Force, send me an email. Send me an email if you're already a member so that I can kind of get you set up, see what you have. Let's see. M. Mar, what is this called? This is the Nick Shaheen Options Inner Circle live room. So, and that's the link below right there. Man, there's a ton of questions coming in. C. Jenkins, email me. Lino, I signed up Lino a couple of days ago. It says, Rodrigo, this morning I was underwater on TQQQ and TLT. I doubled down on both positions and closed it in the afternoon and booked a 60% profit. It's basically my first week of options. Okay? First week of options. When I was talking with him, we were talking about all this stuff. So first week of options, up 60% and managed that trade very, very well. Still long on the queues for tomorrow morning. We'll see how it goes, but if it goes perfect, Lino, I'm really happy the live room with Nick is working for you, brother.
So yeah, no, go ahead.
Let's see. Erwan, is there a minimum to do there's trades that Nick will set up in the chat room with as little as $400 and we're talking 25% yield. So, and we will go over that. Trust me, this session is just getting started. Okay. Yeah. G Valle, same answer there. Yes, there's a lot of education with the live room. And as everybody, wants to, Vasu, okay. All right, folks. So listen, there's a ton of questions here. I see they're very much repeated. Let me just go over this really quick. Okay. So question here, are the sessions on Sundays recorded? Yes, they are recorded. They're posted in the chat room and you will have full access to them as an Options Inner Circle member. Does everybody that joined get a free laptop? Yes, we are doing that, but you have to sign up before midnight. What is the chat room schedule? It's Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern till 5 p.m. Eastern, and Sundays from 10:30 a.m. Eastern till 1 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. So that's your schedule there. Is there a money back guarantee? Yes, we do have a 30-day money back guarantee. Everything, the whole deal basically goes away at midnight. So you have to make sure you get it before midnight. 30-day money back guarantee. Price at renewal is the same as today, 70% off. And what do we get if we sign up live? Okay, so since you're asking, anybody that signs up while we are live in this session, and we have about an hour, who knows, we got about an hour plus to go here. Anybody that signs up live will get free additional trade alerts from Nick Shaheen. You're gonna get hooked up only because you're signing up live. So that's pretty much where you go. Congrove, I'll send you an email and I'll put the contact and the link to the chat to join. And the last question from Jeremy, would this be a good place for somebody that's just starting to trade options? I guess Lino's a great example, but
this would be a perfect place. If you're starting without a place like this, you're going to lose money. I guarantee it. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to get lucky. I got lucky my first year. I had 6 figures because I just got lucky. The second year, I did not get lucky, and I learned a lot of lessons the hard way. So if you're starting alone with options, I think you will benefit tremendously. How about this? You come to me before you take any trade, and I'll give you my full opinion. If I like it, I'll join you. The gentleman yesterday came to me with Baba. I loved it. I joined him. Right. I made 40%, 50% on my trade. I'm still open with that trade. Today, somebody came to me with a question about the TLT. I made a trade that they had suggested. I liked it so much, I took it myself. So I'm promising you that before you make any trade, since you're new, come to me. Wouldn't it be great to have 300 people to opine on your trade before you take it? I mean, what are the chances of us still making a mistake with 300 people in the room? And I promise you, at least 20% of the people in the room are perma bears. They love shorting stuff. They enjoy it. And so you're going to get both ends of the spectrum with as far as opinion.
And the thing, Nick, is just, look, it's not just about getting good trades. It's also about not making those mistakes, those silly,
yes,
look,
avoiding mistakes. Like
if you pull up a chart,
mistakes, that's where the trouble starts.
Let's say of like new traders and advanced traders and where they lose the majority of their money.
Like
it's when they're new traders, right?
Like for example, 3 people today came to me with an idea. I said, yeah, I like your idea, but you're doing it the wrong way. How about you do it this way? Simple change gives them an extra 3 weeks on the trade. I mean, how cool is that? They had the right idea. So I bet you most of the people in the chat room rarely make bad bets. You're always screwed by timing or anxiety, like you get this FOMO thing. So I help you control all of that. My job is to stop you from making mistakes if I can help it. Now, I can't help everybody 100% of the time unless they come to me. So I get literally probably 300, 400 questions a week. Hey, I'm holding this call. What do I do with it? Should I cut it loose? Somebody today said, if you buy puts and calls and the SPX, do I have to close them if I'm winning? And I elaborated on the question. On the answer is no, you don't. And I explained why. Because they're in the money and SPX is a cash settled index. So all these little buggy questions that would take you 25 minutes to research, we can answer them on the fly. We can just answer them on the fly. And the best case scenario is, I wish I had a place that cost me a cup of coffee a day where I can go in before I trade and say, hey, you people, can you get, is this stupid? Am I stupid for doing this? Or they come to me in private. They message me in private. Hey, Nick, I don't want anybody to know, but what do you think of this trade? Or sorry for the stupid question. I got that like 3 times a day. I'm sorry if there was a stupid question. You just saw one of them.
There's no such thing as a stupid question here. Okay, right, folks? Look, everybody can ask.
Thanks so much, Chavy Dude. Chavy Dude came in with a stupid question.
Charlie. Okay, so a couple of people are asking. Charlie says he's ready to sign up. So for you to claim, remember I told you that if you sign up while we're live here on the session, you will get additional free bonus trade alerts and strategies from Nick Shaheen. You have to email the contact that we're putting there in the chat, rodrigo@benzinga.com, after you sign up or before, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you send that email so that we can activate that.
Yeah. So that was me opening a soda. I'm sorry, I'm running out of energy. So today somebody asked me about Roku, right? So I said, here was my answer. Like, let's say you have a stock. I'm pretty sure all of you here have a position that is maybe in trouble or needs help, right? So I'll show you my answer to this person. So they asked me, Roku, question mark. right? That's what they said. And here's my answer. Like all markets, Roku is in the hands of the bears. So expect rallies to be sold. I drew it. I said, expect rallies to be sold. Plain simple English answer. At these level, it is cheap, but it can get cheaper if markets continue to fall. I would not add longs if I have them. Very specific comments. If I have them, I didn't know if they were long or not. I would not add longs if I have them. I can nibble small positions to start if I don't have them. And I shared as to potential price action. We could get a rally if the markets rally. We could fade the rally and establish a lower low. And if we do establish a lower low, how low can we go? So yeah, it's cheap. It can get much cheaper. So that if you had a question like this, I answered this within 30 seconds. So
well, the thing is, Nick, and look for everybody kind of here to know, right? I launched this chat room here with Nick, and I remember when it was just me and him, and he's helped me personally a lot with my options trading, especially those videos. We will touch on those videos later because I'll tell you some little things that kind of helped me on specifically, but it pretty much helped me understand that there's more than just buying calls and buying puts. There's more than this whole Wall Street bets type of trading.
Here's a little tip I'm going to leave you with, whether you're Joni or not. The VIX is 30. Do not buy calls. Do not buy puts. Buy call spreads, buy put spreads. Do you know what it means where the VIX is 30? Here's a lesson. There's a lesson for you. I bet you most of you here didn't know what that meant. The VIX represents how expensive the price of options are. I'm going to give you a visual. If you go to a car insurance company, if you go to Allstate and say, I would like to insure my teenage son on his own, they're going to charge you $4,000 a year. And you're going to say, I'm going to insure my mother who owns a car and never drives, and she's 60. They're going to charge you $800 a year, because the statistics know no, it's not also the fear index. They call it the fear index because I'm explaining to you why. Because it represents how fearful the market makers are who sell all the options on the S&P. That's what it represents. It represents the people who make the rules in the options market are the market makers because they sell options. You buy options. I don't. I am a micro market maker because I would rather sell you the options you want that I don't think are going to make you money. So I want to sell you a losing lottery ticket. That's my job. But I'm explaining to you what it means and what you shouldn't do when the VIX is this high. So the market makers are Allstate. They're going to charge risky situations high premiums. So when the VIX is 30, that's 40%. I'm doing air math. More than the normal price, so that it means when they sell a put and sell a call under normal circumstances, when Fed is not doing what it's doing, then you pay 40% less. But because they don't know what the hell's going on, they're charging you more. Because if you buy a call or you buy a put from them, and the market rallies as much as they think it can rally, which is a lot, or fall a lot, so they're uncertain about which way it's going to go a lot, they're going to charge you a lot for the call and a lot for the put because they are uncertain about the conditions, and they know that anything can happen and it can be big, but they don't know which way, so they charge a lot of premiums for everything. That's why the VIX is high. That means the call is expensive and the put is expensive. Let's say in 4 days or a week, nothing happens. You lose money from everything you bought because they are now going to charge less. The VIX will drop. That means they're charging less. The VIX is the chicken. It's not the egg. So the VIX prices comes off the prices of the options on the S&P. They have another one for NASDAQ. They have another one for the small caps. Did you know that they have a VIX on the VIX? It's called the VIVIX, VVIX. So what do I do when the VIX is this high and I'm buying expensive stuff? So you're telling me, Nick, if I buy a call, it's going to be expensive. And if I buy a put, it's going to be expensive. So what's the solution? You buy a call spread or a put spread. Why? I buy a call and I sell a call. They're both expensive. The expensive part washes out. I buy a put and I sell a put. They're both expensive. So I'm buying something expensive, but I'm selling something expensive. So it doesn't really matter. So spreads diffuse this element of incredibly high VIX. I made the examples. For example, if you bought a call today, which is, if you don't know anything about options, buying a call is betting up on the market. So if I bought a call today and I paid $500, tomorrow the market is up 1% and I'm not making money. You're going, what the heck? How am I not making money? I bought a call. The market's up 1%. Why am I not making money? That's because the VIX is down 10%. And you bought it when the VIX was up 10 points higher. So most of that, quote, profit got eaten up by the fact that you bought too expensive. And now it's just pricing in. Temporary adjustment, but it is reality. So somebody's saying, what is a call? You're not teaching from scratch. First of all, this is not a class, and I was just telling you what the service provides. If you want a class, I'll give you a class. No issues. No issues. Let me pick a chart. Tesla is always a good one. I'll go to November. No, not a good one because it's just split and got all these weird legs. Okay, we'll go to Apple. And I'm going to show you what I'm seeing so you can follow along. So this is an options table. Okay. This is what an options table look like. The person that complained that I'm not teaching from scratch, listen, this for you. Okay. So this is what an options table looks like. All right, that's you. Al Aswad, you speak Arabic? أنا بقدر أخبرك هيدي بالعربي كمان إذا بدك. Okay, اسمع لك. But no, not everybody speaks Arabic, so we can't do it. By the way, we have a ton of people in there, Lebanese, from Saudi Arabia, a whole bunch of people, all over the world. Okay, so here we go. Detroit rocks. Oh, of course you're in Detroit. My best friend lives in Detroit. Okay, so what are options? They are contracts. So like every contract, there are two sides. In this case, there are buyers and sellers. When you hear CNBC say they're selling the 165 call, no, they're not. There's a buyer for that call. There's a seller and there's a buyer. The expert that's bringing you that opinion is making an assumption that the seller knows more than the buyer or the buyer knows more than the seller. By default, I always assume the seller knows more than the buyer, and I win because of it. The seller is the market maker. When you sell a bicycle, there's no market unless you want to sell this bicycle. I could want to buy a bike. There is no bike to be bought. You come over and say, I'll sell you a bike. You just made a market for a bike. So the market makers sell the bikes. So in this case, I would say, okay, if somebody came to me, in fact, I shared a trade idea today for Tesla, not Apple. But the idea is on a bad day, somebody's panicking. Somebody wants to buy insurance. Oh my God, they said what on Apple? They're not going to have any sales, which is the most ridiculous headline on the planet, by the way. I want protection for the next 50 days. Okay, so I go and I choose a contract. Which contract? Let's go through some of the terms that contracts, these contracts have. First one, it's all about Apple. We already know that. Everything here is about Apple. All these are options contracts, and I'll walk you through it. Another term is time, right? This one says it right there. It's for 50 days. This one expires, I believe, on November 18th. I could be wrong. It's 50 days. So this contract has 50 days. How about quantity? Everything here is 100. 100 what? 100 shares of what? Apple. So any of these contracts, one contract represents 100 shares. That's always a constant. It's not a question. 100 shares. So now we've gotten a whole bunch of parameters already. What's another parameter? How about price? That's the price line right here. Apple at 145, 140, 135, you choose. Okay, so if you owned 100 shares of Apple and you wanted to insure your shares, you want to buy insurance on Apple. Hey, anyone will buy my shares at 120? I'll do my homework and I'll say, you know what? I'll buy your shares at 120. How much will you pay me? Here's my premium. That's the price. So if you are nervous about Apple and you want to be out of Apple at 120 in case it goes to here, you will pay somebody out there. You will buy the put. When you buy this put, you buy yourself the right to sell Apple at 120 at any point in time. Apple can be 130, 115, 120, 110, 105. It doesn't matter. You'd be an idiot to do it up here, but you can if you want to. So what about the other side? Me, the other side, will sell you that put. So my responsibility is to sit and wait. When I open this trade, if I sell that put, I'm selling you insurance. So now I'm on the hook to do something. So I'm obligated to maybe wake up one day owning your shares because I told you I would. In return, I collected $230 today. So the transaction, when I open my trade, money goes into my account. Your money goes into my account. And I wait. In 50 days, if you don't say, here are my shares, that money's mine. I made $230. Worst case scenario, I own Apple at 120 and I break even at 117 and a half. Whatever. Let's call it 118. I break even at 118. Not the worst thing that could happen. It's 140 right now. So I don't suffer losses from here to here. You do, but you're out of your losses from here on down. Actually, you're out of your losses from 118 down because you're paying me. I only start losing if Apple falls. Scared me. It's like, oh shoot, what is that? If Apple falls below 118, I start losing money. Meanwhile, the trade of that 120 put sold will show a lot of losses. I never sell a naked put unless I really want to own shares. For example, I sold puts in Palantir and they went into money and I don't care. You want to give me your shares at $8? I'll take them. They haven't given them to me. Today, Palantir was up 4% when the market was falling hideously, and it closed up 2% almost, 1.7, 1.8. So clearly, I picked the right stock. I'm long shares, and I sold puts to own shares. And I sold put spreads for people who do not want to own shares. Somebody asked, how much money do I need to do this? So I can tell you one thing. There is a trade that I share every day that requires $400 to make $100. It's called an iron condor, and it involves the SPX. So, yeah, and I get 25% yield every day. And there is a chance of getting blown out. Today, I was under fire for a while, but I was confident that it was going to rally. Yesterday, I was under fire for a while, and I ended up winning anyway. The day before that, same. So I don't think I've had a loss in that in at least a couple of weeks. And when you do suffer a loss, as long as you cut it loose early, you don't suffer maximum loss. And it only requires $400 in margin requirement. And I want to caution you, the word margin in options is completely different than in stocks. It is not borrowing. You don't borrow anything. Let's say you have $15,000 in your account and you take a trade where the maximum loss is $400. Then when you put the trade on, you will no longer have 15 in your account. You will have $400 less. That's the margin required to keep that trade open. When you close that trade, that margin comes back. So you're not borrowing anything. There's no interest, nothing. Okay, back to the explanation. That's what a put is. Buying a put gives the buyer of that put the right to sell shares at that price. You do not need to own shares to do it. And puts are not bearish, calls are not bullish. They can be bearish, they can be bullish, both. What you do with the put, what you do with the call makes it a bearish or bullish. Let me explain. If I have shares in Apple and I bought a put, I'm not bearish. If I was bearish, I would sell my shares. If I sold puts in Apple and I don't own shares in Apple, I'm not bearish. I'm looking to buy Apple shares at a different level. The only way the puts are really bearish is if I buy a put and I don't own shares. The only way I can make money, if I go out and buy this put, the only way I can make money is if Apple does that. For example, if somebody bought these puts yesterday, they made 50% on their money. So they bought this for $550. Today they could have sold it for $750. They made $2.70 in profit just for today. That's $270 per contract. If they did 10, that's $2,700. Boom, overnight. Okay, that's a put. What about the call? The call gives you the right to buy shares at certain level. Let's say you wanted to buy Apple shares and you're nervous. Instead of deploying $20,000, $30,000, you would deploy $770, and that gives you the right to buy 100 shares of Apple. in the next 50 days. You're locked. You're locked in at 145. You can lock it in at 150, 155. It's up to you. Up to you. You can choose the level. And you pay less and less and less. Why are these cheaper? Because they're less likely to happen. This one, it's right here. All right. So that's it. It's simple as that. The buying a put gives you the right to sell shares at that price. Buying a call gives you the right to buy shares at that price. Okay, I can tell you one thing you should never, ever, never, ever, never, ever do is sell a call naked. What does that mean? You don't own shares and you sell a call. That leaves you open to unlimited risk. What do you mean? You've committed to deliver shares at 150. What if this stock company gets a buyout? What if somebody says, oh, I'm going to buy it for 180? You immediately lose $30 per contract times 100. That is a lot of money. And you can get blown out. Those who shorted GME went bankrupt. They got liquidated on the spot that day. You're done. They'll sell every stock you have, every asset you have in order to cover their losses. Because you're short for as long as the stock is rallying. That is infinity risk. For me, I never take infinity risk, which means I never sell short a stock naked. I never sell naked calls short. If I wanted to short a stock, I would buy a put, simple, or I would sell a call spread. So I know I can lose $400 or $4,000, and that's it. I know the number I'm going to lose. When you sell a company short, you don't know the number you're going to lose. Oh, I'll put a stop loss. Yeah, maybe you get filled, maybe you don't.
Right.
Anyway.
And really quick here, I did a quick poll here. You guys can check it out. Asking you guys, you're trading alone or with the group, all that stuff. Literally about 90% of you guys are trading alone. Okay. And I'll tell you that's the biggest mistake. Vacuum trading, my friends, is just, don't try to wing it. This is not the market to wing it. Like things are not just going up like they used to, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So here's the thing. Trading alone is okay if you're an expert and you're so confident of yourself. So I consider myself that I know a few things about charts and options, and I would still not trade alone. If I didn't have a pay service, I would have a group of friends. I'll tell you what. I tell you why I do this. I've been trading a long time. And yes. So don't ask me how. I landed in a group of 3 unbelievable traders. They are pure traders. They never listened to news, and they converted me about the news thing. And I used to say, yeah, I don't let the news bother me, but I was not honest. They kept challenging me. And then I finally figured out, yeah, okay, so I'm lying to myself. I listened to zero news. I didn't look at the report this morning for the CPE. I did explain it to people, PCE and which everybody misinterpreted. But anyway, the GDP and all of that. So then I met these 3 traders that just changed the game for me. They're pure futures traders. So they don't care about the headline. They look at the chart. They have a method. They follow the method. I was so impressed with their precise method. They don't never veer from it. They don't see a trade. They don't take a trade. They spend the day looking for one. They don't get it. They're fine. They leave. They find a couple of trades. They make their money. They leave. And they're 7-figure traders. So I think they know what they're doing. And
I think that's good, Nick, because you can actually help people trade more than just one type of trade, right?
So I love the fact that I'm in a room. And by the way, this weekend I was chatting with one of the people in the room, and he taught me something that nobody else has before. I'm always wondering something about the Ichimoku. I'm a level guy. I don't have fancy charts. I do have access to them, but I prefer just straightforward stuff. Everything you see on my charts are handwritten, hand-drawn. Like these lines are hand-drawn. So I'm always curious about the Ichimoku. I used it yesterday with the clues that he had given me. He answered something for me. What is that lagging leg? Nobody, oh yeah, this one is like so many periods behind. Yes, but how do you use it? He finally told me. And I said, we're going to have a rally at X minute. I was 9 minutes off with like an hour and a half span using that method. It was unbelievable. So I'm learning new stuff. I picked up harmonics from a couple of people in the room. Yesterday, I did a pitchfork because Katya is an expert in pitchforks. And the other one day, I had to be away from the screen, and she shared her screen and spent the whole day sharing, or 6 hours of her day sharing screens and teaching people about pitchforks. Not that you need pitchforks, but they are so incredibly accurate with her. They look like this. You pick 3 points, and they give you a channel, and if you pick the right channel, you can trade it amazingly accurately. Guidelines. So there are several of them. So I got educated, and I said, okay, maybe I'll do the modified pitchfork, and that's what worked. So yeah, trading in groups works well.
And there's the thing, because I know you have the condor, you do butterflies, diagonals, and for those that are just like starting out, don't feel overwhelmed because Nick has a lot of resources for new traders, and also you have live support 9 to 5, live trading support with him 9 to 5. But then if it's good also because you're challenging yourself and you have the resources. You're not winging it. You're not trying to figure it out. You have an actual mentor, instructor that's walking you.
This is what you'll see. This is what you'll see. You'll see a setup, trade setup. I'll have description. Ticker, I'll have it. Trade type, long call, I'll have it. And if it's with expiration, is it a debit? Is it a credit? That's just an example. Or if I'm doing a credit put spread, it would look like this, which is what I did today. Trade setup, I'll tell you what the ticker is, the expiration date, and it's a credit put spread. Again, the ticker, credit put spread. There's no confusion. Sell to open, which put? Buy to open, which put? Expiration, net credit, 60 cents. Just one example. And I'll post it. Now, sometimes I'll say a trade for the day. The SPX, in case you didn't know, the SPX is the actual index, okay? It is the index. The SPY is the ETF that tries to mimic the index to a certain degree. And the ES, the E-minis, is the futures contract that tracks the index. So check it out. Every day I share one of these. This is a credit put spread. That is selling a put, buying a put. I usually explain it live. I sell the 35.80 put. I buy the 35.75 put. I collect 50 cents. And credit call spread, I sell the 37.15 call, which I did, and I buy the 37.20 call. I collect 20 cents. Between the two, I collect $1. If price stays between these two, I make 25% in one day. If I do one contract, I collect $100. I could lose $400. Can you imagine doing $100 a day in an account that has not more than $2,000? I mean, you can physically do it with 1,000, but you shouldn't put half your money in one trade or 40% of your money in one trade, but you literally can. But I have a small account that I don't, and I keep small. I keep like $1,800 in it, $1,900, $2,200, and then I move money out. I keep it small to keep myself honest. I can do that same bet using the SPY. The Robinhood doesn't have SPX. And the SPY expires 3 times a week. So you can't do it every day, but you can do it 3 times a week. So there are similar trades to be done in the RUT and the QQQ and the IWM. So the everything else expires every other day except for the SPX. So the S&P ETF has Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The IWM, which is the small caps ETF, has Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Same with the QQQ. The SPX, for some reason, expires every day.
Thorsten Vogel, good question there. I have a full-time job. I can't attend the live trading room. How would the membership help me?
Okay, so first of all, you have access to me. Should you be able to take a break from work and have an emergency on one of your trades, you can pop into the live room and have me answer you live. You have the chat room access to me 24/7. Whenever you do have a break from work, you can pop in and ask me whatever you want. Pop in and read my morning write-up before the market opens to be ready with your trades. Read my midday update with the trade setup that I may or may not share. I usually do one a day. And let's see here. Videos that are resource and the community. So anybody in the chat room can help you. If you have any discussions you want to have, with other people, different styles of trading, you can. It's up to you. I'm basically making, and the resource that I will do your homework for you on the weekends. If you really are busy with work and I have a person who submitted 122 tickers for me to review on a Friday. How the fudge can you track 122 tickers? I obliged, but Shazam. If your watch list has 122 tickers on it, trim it down. That is nuts. And he's not alone. I have 75 and 82, 85 consistent. Two people that consistently order more than 50 tickers. Luckily, they overlap. Otherwise, I would have 1,000 tickers to do, and I can't. Yeah. Why do you not trade pre and post market? I don't trade stocks. I do trade options on futures, which I could trade, but I'm busy personally. So that's my answer. Other people trade before and after. Most people don't. So my pre-morning, I don't understand your question. I offer you the write-up for the day's action before the day starts. What is your question?
Why? JD asking how many members are full-time. So JD, really hard to say, but there's a lot of full-time traders. I know there's people that are trading on their IRA accounts, people that are buying and holding, crypto traders, Forex traders, futures traders, new traders. There are people that even haven't started trading that are just joining because they want to make sure they start off with the right foot. Remember, we talked about when is the point in time where new traders lose the majority of their money when they're starting out. That's why it's so important for you to get in this. Juan Marcos is asking, 1782 includes everything, the live room that you're seeing right now for the year. But any questions, because we keep getting questions about the chat room here. So folks, I'm going to put my email and number on the chat. Make sure, please, that you email me and call me before we finish the session so that we can make sure we can mark you for the bonus, which is the free trade alerts if you join from Nick.
Muhammad, if you are on Robinhood, they do not have SPX. That's reason enough for me to add another platform that does. There are some platforms that do not have SPX. SPX is SPX. Some platforms will call it SPXW on the weeklies, but most platforms it's just plain simple SPX. I don't know why they don't. It is a cash settled index. Somebody's asking if I provide profit targets and stop losses. I don't, but I tell you when I close mine. Because my method is very conservative. I book profits early, and I don't want to force my profit booking early because let's see, let's say I take a bullish bet and that bullish bet gets under fire a little bit and I don't have any other bullish bets. I may stick it in. I can stick it out and stay in it a little bit longer than somebody that has 20 bullish bets and 3 of them are under fire and here's another one, 4. They might want to book the loss, stop loss earlier than me. So there isn't, I hate it that they make me go close them, but so it is. I think we're all mature to manage our own risk. I'll give you the parameters where that would stop me out. I usually say if the sold delta goes above 30, I start defense. If I get quick bang for the buck, I usually close it. I don't have a problem leaving money on the table. That alone is huge. People who, like yesterday, a dear friend who's also in the group, she traded and she booked profits early. She left money on the table and she said, God, this must have been the best advice anyone could ever get. Leave money on the table. Because then you book your profits and you just walk away. Or you book your loss and you just walk away. And you don't second guess yourself. If you're going to be trading for the long term, and then you're upset about a profit situation, what do I mean? Let's say I buy a call, it doubles, I sell it. It triples and quadruples, and I start getting pissed off. What are you going to lose? What are you going to leave? What emotion are you going to leave for trades that actually lose you money? If you're upset at a win, you will physically be ill at a loss and you will quit. So you have to tell yourself, even if you lie to yourself for a little bit, then it becomes second nature to say, you know what, I did the right thing. I doubled my money. Okay, I could have quadrupled my money, but I doubled my money. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. Does
Right. So
Benzinga has its own
so
platform?
we're
Benzing,
getting a ton of questions here about, you know, all this stuff on the trading, folks. Just want to make sure that we're pretty much here all on the same page. The live trading room is a community. It's where you gather with other like-minded retail traders that are learning, helping, and trading with each other. More importantly, following Nick's guidance on these trades. Now, as far as where you make your trades, you know, that's totally up to you, but I would suggest asking that in the chat room because it's an international community, and depending where you are, you might have to use a different broker, because it's an international chat room, right? But this is where you get the trade ideas. It doesn't matter where you make the trade as long as you have the ticker. You can have literally like the best brokerage in the world, but if your trade ideas suck, you're still going to lose money. So this is why you need to get your trade ideas from a solid spot like the chat room with Nick.
so I like the question that comes from Gently, Lucia. So they're saying, I'm a long-term investor. I'm assuming that's what you meant to say. Is that not for me? Right? This is absolutely for you. That question I answered about Roku is for a long-term investor. They're looking to see, is this a good time? I'll give you an example. Gently, give me a ticker. You're long, or you're looking to get long, or some. Give me one of the tickers that you're looking to get into, or you are into, if you have. And once I see you post it, I'll give you an example of how I can help you. And apparently, you need a haircut. You need a haircut.
If anybody wants to sponsor me a haircut here in Florida, let me know.
No,
I'll
Tony.
drop
The
by.
question was that for one particular person.
All right. Well, look, here's what I think that I'm just going to tell you guys really because when I started trading options, truth is, you know, I blew up my account twice when I started, and I was just doing dumb stuff like Wall Street bets, dumb trades, buying calls and puts only, right? And I really didn't, I didn't think much of spreads and condors and things like that. But once I joined here, Benzinga, it was like 2 years ago, and Nick had these education videos that we showed you. I literally went through each and every one of those videos. I took notes, and it was a game changer because I realized you don't have to just be buying calls and puts. There's other more conservative ways to trade. And obviously I work, you know, I'm really busy here. I don't have time to be in the chat room all day. But if I'm in a trade and I need, you know, I'm trying to get help or something,
Okay,
I will
so
get in the chat room. I've been there.
I got you.
No.
Gently, I understand it's long term. I'm asking you for a ticker. Like, give me a ticker to. Never mind. I'll use other tickers. Okay. I got the fact that it's long term, and I completely answered, and I said, give me a ticker. So we're going to go with a ticker of our own and use you as an example. Sounds like we might have an issue there. Anyway, so somebody said Ford and AT&T. I'm going to address those. Okay. Ford and AT&T. Now, I'm going to piss off a few people here by saying not nice things about both of these. We'll start with Ford. So let me let you know that the first year I started the service, the first year I started this format, I did recommend to buy Ford under $7 or at $7. So I'm not a hater at all. Okay. I said this is a good American company. They will figure it out. And it ran to high heaven. It was a great win. So when it was up here, everybody is all bothered about Ford. Yes, Ford is going to the moon. I was like, you're going to regret it. Oh, it's an all-time high. I said, is it now? I don't think you're looking left far enough. That is not it wasn't an all-time high at the time. And what happened was they were blinded by emotions, and they wanted to buy Ford up in the high 20s. And I was like, no. So they said, when would you buy it? I said, closer to 14. And I pissed off a lot of people. I said, there's a head and shoulders brewing. The downside scenario of the head and shoulders is 6 points from there. So let's quickly do the 6 points from here. Just the back of the napkin, 6 points would have brought you to here. And now they have this giant thing that they're trying to avert. So here's my problem with Ford. I have to tell you, under 12, I could swallow that pill. If somebody says, I love Ford for the long term, I want to own 1,000 shares, I'm starting 200 shares now. Fine. Just don't go all in, because Ford is going to have a disaster on its hands when this P&L starts creeping in electric vehicles. Right now, these sales and these earnings, net income, come from selling stuff they know how to build. They're trying to switch into EVs, and they said they will have nothing that is currently running in 10, 15 years. So they'll all be alternative fuels. They don't know how to make money with that yet. We don't know if they can or don't. So they're going to have an adjustment period where these reports are going to look horrific. And I'll tell you, as it is right now, so look, they have revenues, 150 billion, gross profit, 18. Remember those two numbers, 18 out of 150, right? I can't remember what numbers were. Actually, I haven't checked in a while. Watch me be a liar. Gross profit, 18 out of 67. Half the sales, they get the same profit. So clearly, Ford doesn't know how to do it. And GM is the same way. GM is the same way. Let's see what GM does. 132, 16. They make less money, gross profit, than Tesla with double the sales. You see why these two companies are in trouble? GM and Ford. Careful. All right. Nvidia already did. You missed it. All right. So AT&T. Oh, it pays 9% or 7%. Does it now? Look at this chart. This is a hideous company. And now it's split, right? So what's left here? I don't know. You better learn. My problem is collecting 7% up here. I can collect 4% from a guaranteed investment in the government bond. The government has never defaulted. So I can get 4% without any risk. I get 7% here and the stock falls 20%. How good is that 7%? It's minus 13. It's not good. Like I'm in the same pickle. I bought Verizon, but at least Verizon doesn't have the problems AT&T did. So I'm in Verizon at 41, I think, 42, I can't remember. And it pays 4% or 7%. So let's say I got in at 42 and change. I'm down 9% on my stock, less 8% on my stock. But if I hold it for a year, I'm down 3%. That's a pill I can swallow. And Verizon has excellent, a great P&L. So you can make decisions like that. Okay. Going lower, decreased sales. Okay. Sales look pretty flat to me. 33.5, 33.8, unless the quarterlies. That's the quarterlies. So that's pretty, steady. I don't know where you see decreased sales, but it's not evident yet. Lots of debt. Okay, let's talk about that. Listen, a company that generates, this is Verizon, a company that generates $11 billion in cash a quarter from its operation is not in debt trouble, okay? Operating cash flow, and it's paying down debt, and it's paying dividends. This company is healthy as a buck. Bye. He wants to teach the class. KO, I'm not a fan. Look at how high it is. How much fat does it still have to lose? Okay, let me back up. Let me back up. Do you know the downside scenario in the S&P right now? My downside scenario, okay, 2,500, okay, not my forecast. The downside risk is down to 2,500 and change, and I'm not the worst one out there. It's not a channel. It's an inverse cup and handle. There's an inverse cup and handle right here. That's about 1,100 points from right here. So let's say it's 11. Gosh, come on, man. This is the downside scenario of this just pattern. This stupid little pattern is called an inverse cup and handle. Maybe it triggers, maybe not. Today they triggered it a little bit. If you lose this, you go down as much as this. That is the target. These are very reliable. This drop from here to here is equal from here to here. So 3,500 can come tomorrow if they wanted to. 3,520 can come tomorrow. 3,200 is most technicians' targets that I read. If you read Elliott people, they're pointing to 3,200. And the secondary target of 3,200 is like 29. And there are some people that are expecting 17. Yes, 1,700 in the S. So they're thinking that when the world was closed, it was better than now. I don't understand. So let's talk about logic. For this to happen, that means Amazon, Apple, Google, all these companies, Tesla, will have to lose more than half their sales. For that scenario to come, we need zombies in the street. It's easy as that. That scenario doesn't come with the scenario we have now. I think Powell will have to stop what he's doing, and we're going to have to stabilize this rhetoric. Right now, what is the problem? Sentiment. Everybody's scared crapless. The P&Ls are not getting worse. They're not great, increasing as the same rate as before, but they're not getting worse. So Amazon, Apple, the most ridiculous comment, Apple falling, it's the fact that they decided not to make more iPhones than they had planned. So they're just going to make what they had planned. And I can guarantee you that Apple will sell out of every phone they make. Every phone they make, they're going to sell out. So Apple does not have a sales problem. So to be scared on the sales problem headline is ridiculously stupid. If that scared you out of the stock, you're making a mistake. Now, technically, Apple is high and has a lot to fall. That's fine. But the headline that caused you to sell it is ridiculous. So this is the world before COVID, and it was pretty high. We made an all-time high breakout from here. So 3,000 is fair game within 2 weeks. I guarantee you. Well, actually, within 10 days, this can happen. 10 days. We can get to 2,500 in 2-3 weeks. That's not my forecast, but it's available. So why am I saying all of this? Why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because whatever you think about stock ABC, that stock doesn't trade in a vacuum. If this scenario is unfolding, that stock is going to cut in half. So conviction should be much, 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 much lower. So that's why I said, if somebody wants to get long stock Ford, I don't disagree that yes, it is in a support zone, just like the S&P is in a support zone. But if you lose that support zone, and or if the stock market decides to crash on a scary headline, then no supports are going to hold. Every stock is going to get cheaper. So if you force me to go long stocks, I'll go long stocks that have already lost all of their froth, like Meta. I mentioned it earlier, not because it's the best company out there. It's a great company, but the easy fat from the pandemic high is gone. That is the pandemic low, and it's as low as the pandemic low, as low as the 2019 low, and the breakout zone from 2017. So I think this level has better support than Tesla, which is, this is the pandemic. Tesla is still up here. So it has all of this to come down in order to meet the pandemic low, whereas Meta has lost all of it and then some. Pandemic high, pandemic low, Meta is down here. So yeah, it can fall to 100 or 90, but it's lost the easy fat already. So selling puts into something that's falling precipitously like that, yes, that, sign me up. Like, I'll tell you my best trade ever. Not my best, my favorite trade ever. My favorite trade ever. I'm not giving you a trade alert here. Join the gang. Because I don't know you. I don't know your risk. I don't want to take the responsibility. So we can discuss it all day and I'll give you my recommendation. But those are the kinds of trades I like. And listen to this, AMD, another stock I wouldn't touch right now. I would not touch right now. So during the pandemic, first of all, I think highly of the company. The CEO has done a fantastic job, turned around its financials. It's unbelievable. It's a lot cheaper than Nvidia, last time I checked, and it grows just as fast, maybe a little bit faster than Nvidia, right? Now, having said that, I wouldn't touch either, and I gave you the reasons why earlier. But first of all, look at the size of this head and shoulders. Now, if this is a head and shoulder that's going to play out, and AMD would be negative. So clearly, I wouldn't pay that much attention. But look at this. This is the head and shoulders equivalent to the Nvidia 200. Here, it's 108. 104 to 108. They must regain that. Otherwise, the bears are in charge in the descending channel, and every rally will be sold. So what are you going to do if AMD gets to 80? Sell it. You buy it here if you are long, and if it gets to 80, you sell it, because they're probably going to do this and test this. And if they test this and lose it, AMD will be 50 or 48. So this area in AMD was horrendously bad. They have all kinds of gaps here. They finally closed one, and they have one. So if it comes back to here, I would get interested. But let me tell you my favorite trade in AMD. This is the pandemic right here, right? And we crashed. Somewhere here in the first leg down, I said, I'm going to get long AMD. Everybody's going nuts. It was still over $40. So I went out to July and I sold a $22 put. If you don't know what that means, I went out and said, hey, everyone, I'm looking to buy AMD at $22. Anybody got shares? I'll sell you a guaranteed buy from my part. They took me up on it. They paid me $2.20 per contract. So let's say I did 10. I did more, but let's say I did 10. I collected $2,200 that day to promise to buy AMD here. The stock was here. It would have to fall to here. Then they give me the shares, and then I break even at under 20. I break even under 20. So I'm still talking there. So this is the type of trade I'd like to do. And then AMD fell more because COVID. And I repeated the trade. Oh, this was October. And then from February, I did October. And then AMD fell more. I repeated the trade. Only this time I said, I'll buy it at 20. And they paid me $2.20 as well, except for July. So this break-even point was 18. Did I say 18 on this one? This was 20 and this is 18. And so if I did 10 and 10, that's $4,400. All I had to do is promise. I would buy AMD shares where I break even in the teens.
Hey, Nick, really quick, want to give a shout out here to Jacqueline, our newest member here of the Options Inner Circle Room. Everybody in the chat, welcome, Jacqueline. Let's go.
Right on, Jacqueline. Okay, so somebody is dying for me to tell you Biogen. What do you want me to say? It just spiked 50%. If you didn't book your profits, you and I are not friends. If you bought it after the 50% spike, you and I are not friends. No, I'm just kidding. This is the kind of stuff that as soon as it spiked, I went into the chat room and I said, if I'm long, I book, I'm out. This is a weekly chart. Look how pivotal that line is. There's no way on the planet I would let anybody in my family buy the stock here. And if it dips to 220, fine. If it dips to 240, maybe. Up here, no way. This was a gift. When you get a spike like this, one day, like this, I'm out, gone. I'm not sure what you want me to say. I mean, what is your situation? Look at this. Okay, Tesla. I shared a trade for Tesla today, so I'm not going to talk about it. In general, Tesla is a great company. It can fall 70% from here if the markets crash, but I don't think it should all by itself. I wouldn't sell puts in BIB. I don't sell options in any biotechs because every day it's that. Every day can be a day with like earnings. Talk about it. Talk about what? That's weird. Okay. Right. LMT, well, I traded it so well for the group, not recently. So the LMT, that's Lockheed Martin, right? Biden, Ukraine war, going to the moon. I said, let's short this bad boy. And we shorted it with a credit call spread. Is it on here? No, I deleted it. Something that looks like this. And then it fell. I was like, I don't hate LMT. I think it's a good company. I just hate the action. So we sold the credit put spread. We made $1 out of thin air. So if you did 10, you made $1,000. And I didn't need a drop. I didn't need a rally. All I needed is just nothing. Just it passed time. And I did this 3 times. over the periods of time. So LMT right now is falling into prior support. If I'm long, that's not the place to get out. If I'm looking to get long, that's a place to nibble long against this. So you should put stops. Whenever you trade, you take a position. First of all, you need a reason, a real reason, not like you saying, I think it's going to go up. That's not a good reason. So I have a whole spiel about that. Join the group and I'll tell you all about it. It's foolproof. That's where all the problems start. And then you say to yourself, define your risk. You define your exit strategy. So what's the end point for you? If you get a 20% rally, are you going to exit? You need to know that. If you get a 5% drop, are you going to stay in it? If you lose 20% of your money, or is it 30%? Or if you lose this level, are you out? You have to put reasons on paper that will get you out. Otherwise, how do you manage your risk, right? So if you don't have a reason, how do you manage your risk? If you don't put exit stop losses and stop wins, how do you manage your risk? So you need to manage that. In this case, it's falling into support. I'd be more inclined to get long than short. So how do I get long? I would rather sell a put usually to own shares, but in this case, I don't trust the market. I don't like the stock a lot, so I don't want to own shares. So I would sell a put spread somewhere down here and avoid this whole thing. But what is this? This is earnings report coming in September 25th. So I do not want to do it unless I can do it 1 week out, which I know I can't. So I would not trade this stock right now. Why not? Because the earnings reaction is a complete coin flip. You do not know what they're going to do. And please don't tell me, oh, they're going to have a great report. Apple has a great report all the time. Only 2 out of 8 reactions are up. Why is that? Because it's not about the report. It's about the emotions. And I don't know what the emotions are for the stock. If you force me to sell a put spread, I would sell it to November or even December, way down here. What delta I sell this? Thorsten, your name sounds familiar. Do you know? Have we done business before?
Well, Thorsten just sent me an email though, but she's definitely looking into the chat room here. But it sounds familiar too. I think it's
you need to be in the group. I like the deltas at 15, but today I sold a pretty harsh delta and I collected a whole dollar. I won, but that's not my typical stance. I like to be conservative. I like to risk more money at a safer distance where my odds are better. Okay, energy transfer price. I know what ET is. I'm not interested in energy stocks. I shorted energy stocks all year and made money for us on all of them. I haven't lost. The whole energy story is bunk. Don't get me started. My opinion, you can believe what you want. I think we're all being fed a lie about the energy problem. We don't have a problem in the energy. We have plenty of energy. We just choose not to go get it. So any rally in energy stocks, I'm a seller of. I've shorted Oxy successfully. I've shorted XLE successfully twice, once for us as a group, once for me individually. I've shorted Oxy incredibly well for the group and XOM incredibly well for the group. I've even shorted the USO and won. So I'm waiting for the next spike to short. I wouldn't short the XOM right now because it's going to rally with stocks. I wouldn't short the XLE right now because it's made up of mainly 2 stocks, XOM and CVX. 44% of the XLE is 2 stocks. So I'm stuck shorting the USO, not for me. So energy could rally. If it does rally, say, what is that? If there's an 8% rally in the USO, for example, I would short it. So I'm going to put an alert here. When I say short it, I never mean sell the stock short. I mean buy a put, sell a call spread, something finite that doesn't leave me open risk. Can I comment on option surge, trade alert, call, volume, exit? I don't know who option surge is.
No, that's something, Philip, you're commenting about the wrong thing, Philip. So, but here's the thing. I just want to mention something really quick. Nick has gone over, I don't know how many, 10, 15, these feedbacks, whatever you want to call it. But, it's great. But imagine when you're doing it live in the room. Obviously, we don't have 300 people at the same time giving tickers. That's not how the chat room is. But, for all those that are here that are still not part of the room, you'll have that the whole day, 9 to 5, and you won't have 350 people asking for tickers or feedback. So Nick can obviously take his time when you do that in the
a
chat.
well-organized machine. They're unbelievable. The people there are super helpful. This is your candle on the XLU. I don't know whose alert is that. Pay attention to this candle and then this cluster. If it doesn't hold this cluster, INSA, forget about it. This should be bulletproof support. And here's my prognostication. They come here, they bounce one more time, they come here and they lose it, and the XLU will be under 60 this year. Now, here's the problem with the XLU. It pays a dividend. I thought historically the XLU meant a dividend play. Well, dividend plays are screwed because now you can collect a sweet, cool 4% from the government. As long as the TNX is up there, you can lend the government money and you're in like Flynn. So this 3% with all this risk is not that attractive. So the bids for fixed income now are split between bonds and stocks. So in this case, the bond is a competitor to XLU, which same as the AT&T and Verizon. Okay, what are we doing? You're welcome. It's not my trade, so I don't want to sway you. If you're trading off of somebody else, please follow their recommendation.
Right.
Nucor and NTR sounds like energy companies or coal or something. I don't want to do those. So
Nick,
if you want more tickers, give me another one.
This is something that some of the folks told me they use the chat this way. They just go into the, because you do this on Sundays, you go over 150 stocks.
Yeah.
So you'll have that recording for all you guys that are members.
Yeah, I usually break it up into 3 different videos because it makes it easier to watch. And they're alphabetical, so you can scroll through the videos you don't want. Somebody's asked for onsemi earlier. I saw that. I'll do Costco and Rivian and Shopify. Shopify just belongs shares for the long term. I don't know what Newberry is, so I won't do that. So this is a pivotal zone. Look at it. It's pretty violent. It's the middle of a violent zone. So this is onsemi. It's still too high. Technically, it has support. So if you can survive 60, you can bounce to 66 or 68. But this is not how about this? I say it this way. This is not an obvious point of entry. It's not an obvious entry point. So there may be better opportunities. Although it's not a bearish scenario, I just don't want to own it right now. You can switch from Melvin. No, I don't know. No.
Yeah, no, Ricky, send me an email, brother. Everybody, okay, so let me just get this out of the way because we get similar to these questions. If you already have a subscription here and you want to join Nick, email the contact that we're putting in the chat. I could come up with 1,000 different questions. It's all comes down to the same thing. Email rodrigo@benzinga.com.
So here's the scenario with Costco. Fundamentally, it's a good company. It's kind of on the expensive side, but it's a good company. It's falling into support from the good news is that it's holding its lows from May and June, whereas the market hasn't. So right there is what? Relative strength. And it's selling off into a descending channel, which is fine. It's coming into the breakout zone, which is perfect, with the zone below it. And dang, that's a smart move. I'm going to add it to my list of stocks to trade if it's not already here. It's not. Who said Costco? Rajan. I don't know your name.
Really quick, hold up, man, because I can't be rude here, okay? I have to give a shout out here. Nourish, if you're in the house, make yourself be seen. We also have Al Collins, raise your hand. Everybody, welcome the new family members here. Let's go.
I can answer you, the home builders. I do not want to be involved in them, although the stocks are fine because of the environment. If indeed Powell wants to do what he wants to do, he's going to break America. And the first place that's going to get hit is real estate. I don't want that extra risk. Let's put it this way. If Lennar or DHI are rallying, the S&P is also rallying. So why would I want to take that extra risk that comes with the higher rates impact on that? Anyway, back to Costco. If I'm long, I'm happy to see it hold up better than the rest. If I'm looking to get long, I could nibble, but definitely not even 50% of a position. Now, the best way to get long is by selling a put spread to own shares. So I can be aggressive with the put spread and wait. If they give me shares, What I do is I'll take the shares and I'll sell the protective leg for even more profits to lower my break-even point. I do like the company. They're pretty aggressive.
Yep, Al, quick for you guys that just joined, please remember, fill out the form with the
Bye,
address that you want
Philippe.
us to send the laptop to. Please make sure to fill out that form, and email so that you can get the bonus thing for being here with Nick. So Nick, you've talked about energy, you've talked about a lot of sectors that you maybe don't like that much. Energy. What is a sector that you do like?
The small caps, the small craps, as I call them. So anything that looks and smells like RK when it was falling out of control. Today, the small caps were down 3% at one point. But if you look, they're still, I think last time I checked, I'll check in a second, they're doing better relative to their June lows. So if you remember back in 2021, a year ago, when the market started correcting, the small caps fell first and hardest. And maybe they're bottoming first. So if I wanted to take a long shot on the S&P, I think it'll start in the small caps. And it'll be a simple buying the IWM or buying a call spread in the RUT or selling a put spread in the RUT to the end of the year, very safe spot, and buy a call spread with the same money shorter term, say November. If the rally comes, I'm profiting with very little money out of pocket. That would be my trade. Somebody said, how do I measure measured moves? For example, right here, I can tell you that this is a head and shoulders. I keep it simple. So there's about $50 from here. Look at that. That's $50. This head and shoulders played out to the penny. Okay, now on the way back, I'm checking on something. When this gets up to here, which is some sort of an RSI, amplified RSI, this is saying it can go to 502 and 526. Could. So although the pattern is complete, that green crab, deep crab, it's not 100% certain. So what would be my answer to somebody saying, hey, what do you think of Costco? I'll say it fell into support. It's holding relative strength. It has, it filled the downside target of this head and shoulders, and it has the chance to bounce, to continue bouncing into 502. There's resistance at 490 from this level. And then I'll go into the option and I'll see if I can get some clues from the options. And I'll say, I wouldn't mind being engaged long Costco, but since I cannot trust the rally will come, I would rather generate income from the support by selling puts or put spreads. And I would offer a scenario. That's how you trade Costco from start to finish. That's how I comment on Costco from start to finish. Thank you for Costco. I'm going to look at it for myself tomorrow.
Yes, Gio. Yes, send an email if you have questions on joining or the lifetime, or if you already have a subscription and you want to join the room and you're trying to figure out, how to work your way into the room. Anything about joining, send the email to Rodrigo.
All right. What are we doing next? How long have we been here? Holy moly. We've been here a while.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do two more tickers. Let's do it. Let's get it. Amazon. Amazon is a good one to go long. It's already lost a lot. I don't know how to say your name. Klugnot, you sound like you need to be in our group. I like your questions. Get in the group. Lifetime.
Yeah, send over
$1 million.
SFC. Send over an email.
You're welcome for the great education. We do this all day, every day. So somebody keeps putting in Rivian. I like the fact that you didn't put it in caps or anything like that. So I will answer Rivian. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to consider this. So yesterday I was shopping for a car. Yes, serious. Last night I was shopping for a car. I just did on, you missed it. So I was shopping for a car and I landed on a website of a used car lot. Actually, it wasn't. It was an Alfa Romeo. And they had a Rivian for sale with 600 miles. Okay. A Rivian for sales for 600 miles on the odometer. Guess how much it was. Now I'll give it. I think the sticker is 85,000. How much was this used car listed for? 92, 100, 90. You're low. I'm telling you, you're low. 120, close, but you're still low. 150, you're still low. $222,000. White Rivian with blue trim. $222 frickin' $1,000. Are you kidding me? I was like, I shut off my computer. I was like, I shut it off. Like, so I'm gonna give you the best tip of the day. Listen to me here. You're gonna make money on this deal, guaranteed. If you are currently leasing a car and you think you want to get rid of it at the end of the lease and you're coming across to the end of the lease, go get a quote on that car. You might be able to sell it for 10 grand more than the lease buyout is, and you just flip it. And then you get your new car. Yeah, sell it. So you'll have to pay off the lease because you're going to get a buyer that hands you cash for the car more than the lease buyout is. And you're going to get money on the dot. Yeah, $10,000 is what they got out of like a RAV4 this week, family friends. So there's your deal. I forgot. During the day, we also, because I read the data on options pretty well, most days they're super accurate. And like yesterday, how the market rallied, I said, we need to come back to 370. And we had that last minute dip down to 370.5. So if somebody bought puts based on that, they made money right away. I also said today that we have upside pressure towards 36.40. We closed at 36.40 and change, 50 cents. So if I can pin the close, there's a trade called an iron butterfly. It doesn't cost much. It doesn't risk a lot. In fact, to open it, I collect $450 usually, and I can lose $50. Why doesn't everybody do it all the time? Because it is low odds. That's why it pays a lot, and it's low risk. So if you play golf, it's not quite the hole in one on real golf, but it is a hole in one on putt, which is doable. We've all done them. You put it through the windmill, down the hole, you're in. So it's a hole in one in putt, and they pay, and they're a lot of fun. So we'll be cheering into the close, move, now. It's total fun. We do those every once in a while. Not a way to make a living, but it's a great way to pass time and make a few bucks along the way. Okay, KMX, everybody's asking about it. I don't know what the hell happened. Whoa, that's what happened. Down 24%. Well, I wonder why. What did they say? Stop making cars or what? It wasn't CarMax where I'm shopping yesterday. It was an Alfa Romeo store, which, by the way, they seemed like good deals. You can buy a used one for 29 and 28, Giulia, or even the SUV version of the Giulia. I forgot what it's called, Stiletto or something. Yeah, I don't know much about the company. This is a massive Head and Shoulders. If somebody wants to be a stickler about it, you would expect another 65 points, which clearly would put it to 0. Don't think that that's feasible. So I will consider this Head and Shoulders, the top of the Head and Shoulders being here. So if I was this 33, so it could see 56. I can see it seeing 56. And in fact, since I just said it, I'm gonna, wrong one. Like, what's going on here? What's today? 9/29. So I don't claim that I called it from the beginning. You put a put spread on Tesla by selling the October 7. Go ahead. I don't know what level did you sell and all of that. So I need more information. I can help you. Join. I'll take the trade with you. I sent a trade on Tesla today.
Yeah, somebody's asking about the recording, folks. The recording will be available for the inner circle members. This is video basically it's gonna spot out once we do finish the session. That's why I was letting you guys know. Best time to join is while we're live, so that you do get the bonus trade alerts and strategies from Nick Shaheen joining while we're live. Yep. So Nick, what's a couple of things that
Bobcat,
you saw
answer
today?
Bobcat's question. He said he joined, so deal with
All right.
Bobcat.
Yep. Yep.
Who's been in the trading group the longest? Like, what's the longest tenure? 9 years. And the guy sells credit spreads and makes. Last time he sent me a message, it was like 4 months and 5 months into the year. He said he had done 220,000. He has a big account, but he's consistent. He sells spreads on 2 tickers, and that's it. That's it. Do I call out trades in real time? I'm trading in real time with you. Yes, all day. Enter here, exit here, enter here, exit here. If you can be there. If not, I write it up and send it to the chat room. Some trades that are slow pokes like me.
Yeah, I don't know. We didn't really touch on that, Nick, but like this chat room is good for people that are trading full time and also for people that are working full time.
Listen to this question. Of course, this my program is not for the trading full time like in the live room. That's bonus. I give you 9 hours of my time bonus. I'm committed to sharing trades that you can take home from home when you can't come into the live trade. So Al Aswad is asking if I teach technical analysis. If you don't learn from watching me 9 hours draw lines and say things, I mean, there's no.
Right.
I mean, how else? What? Yes, the answer is yes, all day, every day.
Right. No, because here's the thing. We can do everything we can, give you the technology, give you, Nick Shaheen 9 to 5 and Sundays. But at the end of the day, you guys have to put in your part. We're putting more like a lot of our part here. But you have to want to learn, you have to want to improve really so that you can do that with Nick there the whole day, right?
Yes, definitely. So somebody's offering me a car. Are you going to give me the M5? I sure will take it. Those things are race cars out of the factory. You just put slicks on it, you go to the track. Maybe stiffen the suspension a little bit. I bet you it has an M mode in there that you don't need to stiffen suspension. Yeah. Let's jump in. Let's trade, Muhammad.
So the Jake Kokram, it's separate, but again, any questions on joining Jake Crocum, make sure to email the contact. I want to give a big shout out here to our friend Thorsten. Everybody remember Thorsten, a new family member. Let's go.
Thorsten, I knew it. I know that name. I may regret it. Maybe I know it
It's
for bad reasons.
Mermans. It's a new Google Chromebook. You can do whatever you want with it. Donate it. Give it to your kids.
I don't know who that true trading group is.
Yeah.
So,
folks, so in regards to the trading, so Nara is saying Tesla 370 put sell and 100 put buy.
370 put sell and what?
100 put buy.
Whoa, wait, no, that can't be right. They want to sell 370 and okay, so I think they're selling naked puts, but not really. I don't know. I need to see it. That sounds weird. But anyway, it is doable. Oh, I see.
This one guy.
370 put sell and 100 put buy. That means if they're saying it correctly, they are selling a 270 wide dollar put spread, which doesn't make sense. But hey, that's what they want to do. 370 on Tesla. Where the hell is Tesla now? What are you doing there? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Do you mean a strangle, like a 370 call and a 100 put? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Don't follow that trade. Can I repost the training videos in Benzinga Web? As I join, do I recommend any trading platform? I don't recommend trading platforms. No, I tell you which ones I use and which ones other people use, and they all are bad at some point or another.
Right. That's why you need to get your trade ideas from here and just use the brokerage for that only reason.
I'm not partnered with any other group. By the way, on Twitter, I had a copycat. So I think they took him down or her. Do we get software when you join? No, you get your own software. Well, whatever web-based resources you get from Benzinga, of course. Lucid, it's a bet. I would rather be long Tesla.
Quick question, Nick.
Bobcat needs help again. Clognot, sub 200 on Tesla. If rates stay high into February, wait, it's growing too fast. Tough Fed talk continues. So are you going to buy a put? I wouldn't. I would sell a call spread to buy a put spread. But if you buy a put, you're going to pay double the going rate. RKLB, I don't know what that is. You keep MULN. Those are not my type of stocks, but we'll cover them if we had time. So if we were in the chat room, I'll answer those two. But here, I'm not going to do that. You accidentally bought for 40. Okay, instead of selling it, you're going to sell a call. Woo. You don't know what to do? Sell it. So reverse your mistake immediately. Anytime you make a mistake, you reverse it. Somebody did that in the live room today. He said, oh, I did the opposite. Well, then you go back and reverse it. So whatever you did as a mistake, get out of it. Maybe you get lucky tomorrow. Maybe the stock rallies tomorrow and you sell it for more than what you paid for it. Then you win. Upstart, own stocks for the long term, knowing there's a lot of risk in it. It's a growth, high, ultra growth stock. The sales went up 157%. People sold it down on earnings on that announcement, down 65%. So I own shares, not a full lot. I'm not going to add because there's risk what if it comes back and says I'm shrunk in sales because of the higher rates? That would really cripple it. So I own shares as a speculative bet on a high growth stock. That's Upstart. I don't need to look at the chart. I can tell you. Or if you want to look at the chart, I will do that. Well, there's no need. It's in the low. Nike earnings play. I already went over it and I shared exactly how I did it. So what about buying a call on Boeing? Boeing, BA. So, if the market rallies, Boeing rallies, and it's on my list. No, I took it off my list. It was. I'll put it back on my list. I would rather sell a put spread and buy a call spread, to be honest. LVS. We'll check LVS. I see you patiently putting in LVS. Thank you for not being obnoxious about it. This is not an obvious entry point for LVS. It does have support. It does have machines buying underneath it. If you take out this candle, you could be faked out here. So if you're patient, if you see 41.30 on a closing basis, I think it can get to 46. So if you get long above this big thing here, whatever that was, is this earnings? No, what was that spike? Okay, so yes, I recommend everybody use paper money to start. When you enter a sport, you don't go compete. You have to practice. When you go to join the armed forces, you pick up a fake gun, a stick first. Later, T. Barnum, join if you're not already there. Spike was Macau reopening. Oh, okay. Then don't buy the spike. There might be better entries. But this is one, you buy the dip, just a little bit cooler, and to get that rip. But look how many prior fails were up here. I don't think this is easy. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Those restrictions physically limit how much money you can make. So maybe that's enough to hold the bottom. But I don't like going buying above these giant gaps. I feel like a sucker of doing that. Maybe sell a put spread.
Nick, really quick, can you show us what the game plan is in the morning for all the folks that join here? What exactly they should be doing tomorrow morning? Where to find
they should log into the chat room and go into Nick's important messages, and you read my note in there. I will have charts. I will have the address and the password for the live room. If you can join me, fine. If not, I will give you direction. And then you can pop in the middle of the day. I'll have another note saying what I'm doing with Tesla. So Okay, so this is how they're helping each other out. I love this chart. This is somebody that knows charts. Look, simple, clean, with just a few lines that give you, that's all you need to make decisions. That's, I can, whatever this is, I can trade it right now based on his chart, and I don't know even know the ticker. This is a good chart. I'm gonna, hopefully it'll let me see why. Sometimes it lets me comment, other times it doesn't. Nice chart. Okay. So what was I? Oh, that's what you do tomorrow morning. What I do tomorrow morning is spend an hour, write all that crap up. So I usually share a look on the SPY with lines. Look at this nice breakout today. So this is what I charted today. Was it a 5-minute chart? Maybe not. So somewhere in the middle here, I said we were 1 minute. So we were here. I said maybe we dip and we do this, and then we dip and we do that. I had these two before the action happened. I guarantee it. So this, if you were in a live room, you would have had this and that before they even unfolded. And if you had seen it start to unfold, and my comments would have been, that would be a trigger to guarantee you this. And then once you get to here, you dip a little bit, you consolidate, you finish the job. So they finished the job. Look, perfectly. In the same manner. Okay. So that's what we do all day. If these arrows could help you make money, I'm here to draw them all day, every day. I got to go. We've been here 2 hours. I'm falling behind on other stuff that I owe Benzinga people. So if you're done with me, I can go.
Yeah, 1 second here. Let me just pull up something here really quick. Folks, please make sure that you email the contact Rodrigo@benzinga.com if you want the special. Okay. I'm just pulling up the chat room here with Nick because I'm going to show you a couple things. I'm going to do a walkthrough for all the people that joined and anybody else that wants to stay and look at Nick's trades and things like that. You can join. I'm going to show you right now. Let me just share this quick. Nick, anything here in particular that you can leave us in on what you will be doing in the chat room and why the folks should get in there ASAP?
What you should be doing in the chat room, you should be conversing with me all day, asking questions, ask a million questions. I'm here to answer questions. The way I learn is I ask a question, I come back with an answer, and then that answer opens another question. So go watch the videos one at a time. Each one will bring a question. Come back to me and I will help you with the build upon the knowledge. So if you don't ask, I don't know you need the knowledge. The worst you can do is pop in. By the way, they give you a 30-day money back guarantee, I think. Use 29 days of those before you decide to ditch it, even if you don't like it, because at first you might get frustrated. A lot of new things, but it's repetitive. And every time you see a new thing, hit me up. Nick, I don't understand what this is. I'll explain it. Then next time you don't have that question, then you come up with another one. Same. So stick with it. Stick with it. We're doing something right. More than 10 years together, Benzinga and I. So.
Right. So everybody, big shout out, Nick Shaheen. Let's go. All right, folks.
Okay. I'll see you later. I appreciate you for helping me put this thing together and answering all these questions. Your efforts are always appreciated.
Yeah, dude. I'll see you in the chat room tomorrow, man.
All right, later.
All right, folks. And all right, so here we're going to go over a couple nice things here. I'm going to show you some of the things that Nick is basically posting there. The format, a lot of you people that, joined as well. I do want to make sure that you know what to look for. So we're going to be here for a little while. In the meantime, please, Jay Fuentes, first day here. What's up, dude? Please make sure that you're emailing all your questions on, joining or the free laptop, whatever it is. But in case you just joined, this is pretty much what we've been doing. We've been going over Nick's strategies, setups, and pretty much a whole wide variety of discussions. And basically, Nick has a live room. It's Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. Eastern. He always goes a little bit earlier and longer, but I always say 9 a.m. But I'll show you here that he's literally posting this thing like at 8 in the morning. You see, this is 5 a.m. This is California time. I'm in Eastern time. So this is 8 a.m. where I am, but this is 5 a.m. in California. So 8 a.m. Eastern, you could say 8:30 a.m. Eastern till 5 p.m. ish every single day, every single day. And then on top of that, you have the Sunday session, which is from 10:30 a.m. all the way back till 1 p.m. Eastern. And in that session, you're going to put in your tickers, right? And pretty much all the students, all the members put in their tickers. And then from that point, Nick will review every single one of them. And once he will review that, he will post the recording in the room, just like you see all these things here, these setups, things like that. And I think it's really good for anybody to look into that because you will get a um, a good sense, right? You're going to go over 170, 150 stocks. Like that's really good work, good technical work. But yeah, Australia, Asian Pacific, big shout out to you, newest member here. Let's go. If you join, make sure you email the email there that we're putting in the chat so that you can claim your prize. Okay. If you join while we're live, you do get a bonus. That's true. Correct. But let me go over some of these questions that you guys are asking. Yes, everybody that joins will get a free laptop. You have to make sure to do it before midnight. All you need to do is use the checkout on the chat or email or call the number that we're putting in there. There is a 30-day money back guarantee. There's no strings attached. It doesn't have to be on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and it doesn't have to be raining. As long as you do it within your 30 days, you can literally get all your money back. We're the ones that end up losing, paying all those processing fees, if anything. So that's just how confident we are about this, that it's going to help you. I just don't see how this will not help you. We're talking like 8-9 hours a day. You don't even get that much time in college and you still pass those classes. So you're getting 10 times the amount of time here. So okay, folks. So yes, just make sure that you send the email. The schedule of the chat room, we went over it earlier, Monday to Friday. It's about 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. Eastern, Sundays, 10:30 to 1 p.m. Eastern. The recording on Sundays will go on the chat room. You will also be able to find the live session here, okay? Just to backtrack a bit, there's two channels, the Inner Circle chat and Nick's important messages. Sibako, let me put the link in there for you. No worries. It's okay if you guys joined in early. We're literally kind of getting started here. So what's up, Nancy? How you doing in Vegas? So you see the two channels, right? So one of them is called Inner Circle Chat. That is where everybody's posting, and I mean everybody, the whole gang, right? Red. It's a miracle if I don't see James Donahue's post somewhere in here. This guy is literally posting all the time here. And there's a ton of amazing traders out there that help the new traders as well. Absolute Doc. Let me see. See, I found one chat from him. I didn't even have to scroll anywhere. So, and he's talking to DK, who I also, I remember when I signed up there, DK there, but this is a great community, folks. I launched this thing with Nick about over more than a year ago now. It was just me and him. And now we have an amazing community there. At its peak, it's about maybe 350 traders live. So that is a great environment to learn, to trade with other folks that have different strategies and learn from different traders, right? You have to have that open mind where you can learn from different strategies, right? And maybe apply them to what you're doing, all that sort of stuff. So DK, amazing member there. Big shout out to DK if you are there. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, just use that link, Sipako, no worries. Okay, so we were talking about this room, the Inner Circle chat. That's where everybody's posting. And then you have Nick's important messages, which is where only Nick is able to post. And the reason why we made that way is so that none of the trades get lost. So that, well, not lost, but so that it's very easy for you to be able to find the trade alerts, find everything that Nick is posting. So for all the people that did sign up, Australia, I'm gonna miss many of Thorsten, Nuresh, Al Collins. Make sure, please, that when you go in there in the morning, you look for this post, okay, and you click on this link. It says live session. It's gonna take you directly to the live session, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. if you're trying to learn how to trade, this is the best thing that you can do. There's no other thing that you literally could help you than spending 9 hours a day with a professional trader like Nick Shaheen that's going to review your trades, give you feedback, and basically walk you and guide you through any trade that you're trying to do. How do you know this is not spam? Benzinga is an international company. We're financial news. We do events with high level folks, celebrities, Mike Tyson. Benzinga's been around for over 10 years. I'm in love. If I'm not sure if you haven't heard of it, but if you have any brokerage and you make trades, I'm 100% positive you've seen Benzinga's name out there. And this is really why I think this is a great place for you guys to kind of tune into this stuff, because we do have a lot of branches out in the market, and ultimately the people that benefit the most from that are you guys, the traders, right? Because we do breaking news, we do a whole bunch of stuff. By the way, I do need to give a couple shout outs here to some new family members. 1 second. Shirish Gupta, welcome to the family. Make yourself seen in the chat room. Bargain Daddy, yo, let's go. Bargain Daddy, what's going on, man? Sure as hell got one today. And basically, make sure, message for you as well, please fill out the form that you're going to get. It's an automated email that's going to basically just, whatever address you want the laptop to go to, you put that address there and we'll send it out. You have a 30-day money back guarantee. And I mean, 30 days is definitely a lot. It was actually supposed to be 7 days, but we made it 30 days to really give you some time. Okay. There's absolutely no excuse as to why you're not taking this opportunity here with Nick. There just isn't. If you have one, tell me and we'll talk about it. Okay. So live session. This is where Nick is live 9 to 5 in this link. Okay. Do not think that in the blue chat room, you're going to see him somewhere here. He's in the chat room, in the blue chat room. But if you want him live, sharing his screen, webinar style, like we are right now, answering questions back and forth, sharing screens, live feedback, live trading support, this is it right here. This is the link you got to join. Okay. Now, several of you guys do condors, butterflies, options on SPY, Qs, IWM. This is what you need to look at as well in the morning. You cannot trade the markets without knowing what the hell's going on in the indexes. Okay. So this is going to be your second thing that you would do in the day. All right. I'm giving you a little one, two survival tip here, right? Live session. Check out the indexes. Let's just pop up the Qs because I do trade the Qs here. Okay. So I can tell you just right off the bat, because I've done this before. And I know many other traders that do this. They literally are able to make a trade, set up a trade just out of looking at this chart because they already know Nick's levels, what he's looking at, and all the notes are there. So to me personally, but this is obviously because I've been here for a little bit longer, but like to me, I already know what kind of trade you could like kind of do here. But again, you have Nick Shaheen in the live room so that you can talk with him about this chart, talk to him about what levels. If you want to do an iron condor, number one, we do one every single day in the morning. Okay, so don't miss that out. 25% yield. Then you also look at this in the morning. Why? Because you're going to be looking at these levels. And if you want to make your own trade setups or things like that, or hey, Nick, what would be let's say you just want to learn, right? Hey, Nick, how would you do a credit put spread or a credit call spread? Or would you even do one here, right? Or would you do a condor or a butterfly? This is all part of the learning process. The problem is that there's people, generally instructors, don't have enough time for all their students, but that's really why our platform is unique, because we do have a certain system that allows you to do that, to be there the whole day, 9 to 5. Okay, so you can go back and forth with them about this stuff. There's a ton of people that trade these Qs, anything like that. Okay, so all right, 1 second, folks. Okay, so we got some questions coming in here, folks. Just give me a quick minute while I gather them. And I'm going to show you some videos from Nick. So I think you should stick around. We're going to go over some of these things here. Okay, C Boyd. All right, so I'm getting a lot of emails on how to join the chat room. I'm gonna put the link again there in the chat, folks. If you join live again, you will get Aman. I'm in the session here, Aman, but don't worry, we'll get in touch. And remember, you have a 30-day money back guarantee. So um all right, C Boyd, I'm gonna put that link in for you there. 1 second. Okay, so I put in the link there. It's going to take you straight to the checkout, my friend. Below you have my number and email so that you can contact me. If you do join live, you will get additional trade alerts, bonus free hooked up trade alerts from Nick Shaheen, and additional trading strategies from Nick. So that's only available if you sign up live. So if you do want to sign up a little bit later tonight, make sure that you send me an email. That's the only way I can vouch for that. Okay, so I got some of the questions here you guys had, and there's a great video that I do want to show you here. 1 second. Bargain Daddy, what's going on, dude? All right, some of these emails are pretty funny. Okay, so let me get out of this chart here. So this is the cues that we were going over with Nick. Let me close this out. I mean, it's so easy, literally. Like that's, you know, now, if you guys trade the Qs or the SPYs, you have them all here. And a couple of folks here told me that they are trading futures. So if you are trading futures, you have this as well. Okay, some people use futures to hedge, all that sort of stuff. Okay, all right. So you see, this is probably the first thing you have to do in the morning. Live session, look at the indexes. Sorry, folks, I'm just getting questions here. All right, Sibako, there you go. Okay, so we went over that, right? The other thing is that you'll get several pieces of market commentary, some interesting analysis from our top trader, Nick Shaheen, right here. And this is every day. This is ongoing. It obviously changes because every day is different. But then you see there's more commentaries, right? You have a credit put spread on Tesla. I mean, and also you can, in the private room, you can message Nick Shaheen directly, right? Yoa ping. I don't know if I said that right, but send me an email, my friend. And I'll hook you up with that, okay? Getting a lot of questions here on the Q&A. Folks, if you can, use the chat. It's a lot easier to kind of go through this. Patrick Cordova, where do I sign up? How do I sign up? Patrick, make sure to use the link we're putting in the chat. We've shared it a couple times, but let me put it here there one more time for you. 1 sec. All right, let's see. Okay, perfect. I think we went over all those things from the Q&A. So let's go back here so that you can see more or less what we're, how the structure of this is, right? Where you get trade alerts, trade type, long, strike price, everything, Beto. Now, the session that we had, let me pull up the education videos because those are amazing. If there are new traders here that join the chat room or that are thinking about joining the chat room, I think you should pay a lot of attention right now because I will go over some things that you'll thank me later. Okay. I didn't have anybody to kind of guide me through any of this. So I just want to make sure that I do a good job to kind of help you with this because I could possibly be saving you from blowing up your account for real. So, all right. So here you have a couple of videos. Again, these are for the inner circle members. You see, you have several things there like trade setup information. What are options? What are puts, definitions, and uses? I think this is very important, folks, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Specifically, a lot of these, marketing gurus or whatever you want to call them, and ultimately, they're just there for the views, right? Pump AMC or whatever the hell they're doing. We take a different approach here. We're actually trying to help traders here learn the process, learn conservative ways to make money with options instead of doing these Wall Street bets types of trades. So knowing the definitions of what things mean, and the risk associated, this is very important. It's a 10-minute video. Come on, 10-minute video. All right. Then you have what's a spread. If you don't know what a spread is, tonight is the night to learn. Right? Join the chat room, pop in this video. Again, another 10 minutes. You can't tell me you don't have 10 minutes for that. Now, call options. This gets a little bit on a deeper dive, right? What are the definitions and uses of call options? This is very important, folks, because you're buying calls, selling calls, you're doing a lot of these different things out there. We definitely want to make sure that you have that information, right? You have all these things you need to succeed. There's no point in putting you in a live room, let's say, so that you can trade ASAP if you're still trying to figure out what a call is, right? We're thinking about your long-term success here. That's what we're about building a community, helping each other out. You can consider me part of the community because I'm pushing for new improvements on the chat room and things like that. And I've been doing that for a while. So what is a spread? Very important. I think everybody should know what's a spread. Then we have credit put spreads. That's the money maker. We were talking about a credit put spread on Tesla, right? That Nick posted there in the chat room. This is a 17-minute video. It's a little bit longer, but I think it's totally worth it because none of these videos are filled with a bunch of like mumbo jumbo. It's meant for you to understand it. It's not, we don't use complex terminology because that's what Wall Street tells you, so that you basically give up and give all your money to a quote unquote financial analyst. And that's why I really think it's important that you guys look into the credit put spreads. Okay. It's very important. This video, super important. Then I'm going to jump into these two videos here, when to book a stop loss and when and how to book profits. Folks, risk management, we can't ignore that. It's obviously, some people don't like to talk about it, but we think it's important. We think we have to cover those topics. So when and how to book a stop loss, when and how to book or set a stop loss, and when and how to book profits. Manage your wins just as good as you manage your losses, okay? Now we're talking about trades with the SPX versus SPY, why we do it and all that stuff. Here you go. Also, I have a buddy here, Lino. I don't know if you're still on the call, Lino, but basically Lino is saying, message to everyone, sign up and listen to the room master. Think, but don't deviate from his guidance and make some money at your own level. Best wishes. Lino, I love your message. And the good thing is that if you don't mind, Lino, pretty much everybody, you posted it there, right? But you just started doing options relatively, right? You've been in the chat room less than a week. I remember I talked to you a couple of days ago, which was a great conversation, brother. And you're doing really well. You just joined there, literally still in the money back guarantee and is already banking on money. Like, I don't know where else you're going to get this stuff, but Lino, it was really good talking with you. I love talking with some of you guys on the phone, kind of get to know you guys, what you do, your trading, where you're from, the time allots, but really knowing the community, I think it's a great thing because we have a ton of great people in there with, from all walks of life that trades all different sorts of strategies. And you can always learn from that, right? So Lino is in the house working on the phone while I watch. Lino's a hustler. I remember he's always closing deals on the phone. So folks, so these are some of the important videos I think you guys need to look at, right? What is a breakout versus a swing trade and how to trade it? It's a very short 7-minute video. And all this stuff is literally less than an hour. Let's just count it. 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 26, 28, 38. All right. So you got like an hour, basically, like an hour and 20 minutes here. But it's basically going to save you a lifetime of losses and possibly blowing up your account, which is what we don't want. That's why we're here. This is not like anything else you've seen out there. This is not CNBC. This is not Bloomberg. I don't have a teleprompter. Everything we do here is all natural. And personally, about mistakes and things like that, I'm talking from experience as well, because I made a lot of mistakes when I started. I didn't have a chat room. I didn't have a mentor. And like 90% of you guys are in the same boat. So trading by yourself is probably the worst mistake you can do. and it's very common. There's so many common mistakes that retail traders do. I've learned this by talking to over 10,000 traders around the world. And these are very simple to avoid mistakes, really, that I've noticed. And we're all human. We're all going to have fear and greed on charts and things like that. And if you're new, just 10x that, right? Because you don't know what's going on. So this is why I think it's important, folks, to get the, if you are new, right, if you're starting out like this, to get the education going, right, to get these things in your head, because it's like a university. You build blocks on top of blocks, but you can't just skip first grade and go to 12th grade and think you're going to graduate. You have to be realistic, right? And it's just the responsible way to do it. We encourage responsible trading. We don't encourage Wall Street bets, lotto tickets. We're not here to do that stuff. We're here to look for consistent long-term growth. We have people that are trading there with their retirement accounts, people that are doing it part-time, full-time, single parents, single dad or mom, whatever it is. And it's great to have a community that's actually focused on learning and trading. It's not like these stock twits or Reddit boards, a bunch of, like fake accounts, bots, all that sort of stuff. People that like, you have no idea what this person's looking for at the end of the day. It's some random account. In the chat room, we're all in the same boat. We're all trading on the same team and we work together. So Hugh, send me a quick email. I put the contact there. I'll make sure to get in touch here, help you out with this. So don't worry about that. And okay, so we've gone over some of these videos, which is great. And I wanted to show you something here in the chat. Let me just pull it up. Where's that video? Okay, I promised you guys a video, okay? What day was that day? What day was Sunday? Sunday was the 25th. It might not be that relevant, but just to give you an idea or sense. Okay, I think I saw one of those below. There you go. So I'm going to show you guys a really quick video here. I want you guys to take a look at it.
Trade.
Just so that you can get a sense really of what you're going to be getting in the chat room, right? And where you can find it. Okay, let me just put this up here really quick.
Here's Sunday night doing the strategic market update for the week.
All right. Okay. 1 second, folks. I just want to confirm what video is. So this was last Sunday. Okay. So last Sunday, remember that we said there's a member meeting every Sunday. It's from 12:30 to 1 p.m. from 10:30 to 1 p.m. Eastern. Remember we talked about that. So this is the session that basically you guys fully can join. You post your tickers, hundreds of tickers, and Nick Shaheen will review them live and he'll give you an analysis. Okay. So now that you have the backdrop, let me show you this, all right?
Hey traders, Sunday night doing the strategic market update for the week. And this is going to be tricky, but it's going to be simple and straightforward. So we ended a bad week last week, I believe down 5%, give or take, on the indices. So in order to forecast what's going to happen this week, or at least put some boundaries for us to use. So this is the pandemic. I'm going back in time in order to talk through how we got here. The world was fine. We broke out in 2019 and topped in 2020. And then we know what happened after that. We recovered the pandemic way too quickly. And in this box is where all the problems started. In the fall of 2020, we just went crazy. We broke out. And then we did all of this damage. I call it damage because it was undeserved. And then now we're paying the price. So here are the two things to watch for. We lost the July correction bottom. We only have the June bottom to play with here. Look at how close we are. Given this momentum that the bears have, the sellers have, it's going to be pretty easy to pierce through this one. That's the bad news 1. The bad news 2, the downside target of this is below 3,000. Now there's some good news. The good news is that the thing that started the whole problem, that box I told you about in 2020, it's in the way. So it's now support. It's in the way of the sellers. So how could this happen? We should bounce, just like we have tried to bounce anytime before. And we will try to fade the bounce just like all the other bounces. So when we have a descending trend like this, bounces will tend to fade. The question is, when they fade, will they pierce the low from which they bounced? So number 1, let's hope and watch for the June lows. And I'll show you another look at it. Number 2, let's take advantage of these bounces. Why? I want to assume they don't hold, because I don't want to be surprised with another lower low. Look at this bounce. That looked pretty great. Look at this bounce. That was too great. They all priced out. I don't want to be blindsided, so I should know. I'll repeat. If we lose the June lows, we are going most likely below 3,000. That's the technical measurement of it. Now there are a few lines in between, so it shouldn't be a straight shot. So let's look at some good things that we've done here in order to lessen the surprise that we're in right here, right now. This is a chart I've included in every morning write-up for a while. And I've had these orange lines, and this one pointing to here, and these words, 267 minus fair game. So the hard bounce that was supposed to happen, must hold, never did. Bulls need to recover this, they never did. So we are pricing this, which we have almost done so. But doesn't mean this is the end of it. It just means we at least had some visibility about the accident coming one step at a time. This one is even more unbelievable. So this is the S&P, not quite the SPX, it's the S&P futures. It does mirror the SPX. Now I'm going to show you the lines I've had on those. Are the lines, some of the lines I've updated just to clean up lines that are noisy, but these big picture lines have been here for a while. Now this has almost priced out. This arrow has been here. My notes from last week were Monday through Wednesday, last Monday through last Wednesday. Bulls need to stop this purple line from happening. They never did. So we priced it all out. That's not the bottom. And here's the incredible thing. Look at this. What is this? I copied this and moved it over to here. And look how well it played out. And this was also a copy of the prior correction when Jackson Hole happened. And these are the exact same candles from These are the exact same candles from Jackson Hole. Look how well they overlay here. And look how well they overlay here. So the machines are in charge, and they'll continue selling inside of a descending channel until these rallies hold. So if we do get a rally, I'm showing you a visual, we should doubt it until it holds and makes a higher low, etc. I expect a rally. We should get one. Maybe it will look like this. This is my easy path. Bounce, fail, go into some prior July levels. Most importantly, hold the orange line, please. Hold the orange line. This is the line that must hold. The middle of June, the double bottom. If we lose that, we open a whole new can of worms. You know what this is? That's a copy of this. I just moved it over here. And this at 34.50, that is nowhere near the potential downside that we could have. Yes, I'm pointing to numbers that could happen. I don't want to scare you, but I want to let you know that they are mathematically feasible. It's all about math. Machines are in charge, and the politicians are letting it happen. In fact, they're helping. So there were reports that I read about reserves in the US. They have crashed 3 times faster than before. In fact, probably more. Anyway, so the Fed is dead set on breaking the economy in order to do its job. It is ridiculous that they are still in power, but they are. So they will overdo it. and they will need to stop it, and they will need to reverse and most likely do another QE. That's me talking, not economists out there, but just a simple opinion. All right, so again, the mode that I'm in, doubt the rallies if they come, use them to fix problem trades. If I took bullish positions and we get a nice rally, I should assume that that rally will fail. Therefore, I should book profits maybe faster than I would most of the profits if I'm stubborn, which is okay because the rallies could actually end up being great, but I don't want to assume that. All right. As far as catalysts, we do have some earnings. We do have a whole bunch of Fed heads talking. I'm interested in Bullard on Wednesday afternoon around 2 p.m. I don't remember if it was Pacific or Eastern. Just look it up. Bullard. We have probably 7 or 8 other speeches in the same week. We have PCE. I'm not sure when, Thursday maybe. We also may have GDP, which is an important number because, people, it's a talking point. I don't think it matters, but it's a talking point. Everybody's going to, if it's a good, strong number, it will be bad for the market because it would give Powell more firepower. If it's a bad number, then Powell maybe, quote, is doing his job by destroying the economy. It's ridiculous. I know it's ridiculous, but that's how it is. All right, so if I'm long stocks and I see them falling into lower levels, I am not adding to current positions. If I see stocks I like that have hit bottom, I could nibble. If I'm too long, I shouldn't do anything. Too long meaning I have already too many longs. If I don't, then I could nibble. Not even close to half position. So if I intend on owning 100 shares or 10 calls, I should do 50 shares or 5 calls. So I should leave room for error because even if the stock itself is in a great place and the stock market does what it wants to do lower, every stock falls lower. And we have plenty of stocks that have a lot of froth to give. Tesla and Apple are two. Again, I want to watch Tesla. I want to watch the VIX. It spiked and want to see if it holds its spike. Like if we stay below the high from last week in the VIX, that's a good bullish position for stocks. I don't want to load up on shorts, but it's worth it to try to capture the dip if it happens. And if I need protection, I should have some protections. The easiest protection are VIX calls, but those are super expensive. I would not do those for me personally. Buying SPY puts, those are pretty good. Expensive. Debit put spreads in the SPY or the SPX, anywhere below current price, out 3 weeks or a month. Those are rental of offsetting losses. So if I buy those, they usually cost $2 to $3 per contract on a $10 wide spread, and the market falls 5%, I would get pretty good offsetting gains from those to help me withstand the pain in my long positions if I have them. Don't have too much conviction because nobody knows exactly what's going on. Hedge funds are down big and they are completely baffled by the action. We've done better because we have simpler ways of looking at this whole mess. Good luck out there.
Right, folks. And what you saw there was basically a quick strategic market update. So in the chat, all right, and I'm going a little bit longer on these sessions, folks, okay, because I'm giving you time so that you can get, the stuff, because if you sign up live, you get more free stuff, basically. But for the folks that here that just joined and sending private messages there. So yeah, basically, this is the blue chat room. Remember to go to the live session here, okay? That's where it is, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. Okay. All right. So that's the link you have to use. Let me show you something else here as well from the room. My email is, oh, okay. Oh, that's, so my email is not, I thought that was your name. My email is, okay. Let me respond to you here. One sec. Okay, my email is not. I just replied to you there on the Zoom chat. So I'll hook you up with that. No worries. Okay, something else here, really quick, folks, so you can see. I want to show you the Sunday thing. Too far out. So you see that this post is every day. You have that big, long Bible market commentary, and you have the live session. Okay. So it's really important that once you get into the chat room, you don't just get into the chat room right away, because these notes right here are very important. And many times, many times people will, for example, just get into the chat room and ask, any random question, let's say, but then this kind of says so much, so that when you get into the chat room, right, you kind of already get a sense of what Nick is talking about, right? So this is kind of like, here you can see rules of engagement for today. Traders who can trade fast intraday today will have plenty of opportunities. Investors who are managing long-term risks need to manage open risk. So again, we're talking about two different types of traders there. So it doesn't matter if you trade full time, if you trade part time, if you trade, like as a hobby, or you're starting to learn. It's very important that you're exposed to these things, right? It's like, these birds that don't fly until mama bird pushes them out of the nest. Like, in a sense, it's so they can get real experience out there, and, hopefully they can fly. So basically, right? But it's really not like that here, because you have that, full support the whole day. All right, let me just scroll up a bit here. Okay, so this is, again, keep in mind, these are not from today. I just went back literally last week. So we were talking about Tesla, we were talking about Meta, Facebook, okay, Facebook. We were talking about Apple, and we were talking about Okta. Okay, Okta is that it's like that cybersecurity company. Okay, this is strategic market update for week ending in 930. Okay. So all of these videos, even though I'm like a last week, you can literally get so much information from that, so much content, education, right? Let's go here and see this one. Where is it? Bargain Daddy in the house. Let's go. I kind of miss not seeing James Donahue there in the chat. Every time I show the chat, he was always there. But honestly, folks, there's so many amazing members of the chat that, I mean, I can't name all of them, honestly, because there's so many of them that are so great with the chat, helping new members. So if you're new, it's not like, yeah, you sign up and it's like goodbye. No. You have, number one, you have Nick there the whole day. And then number two, you have amazing traders there that help throughout the day. Any questions that you have, basic, advanced, and you have the videos, right? A quick shout out here, folks. To our most recent family members. So again, for those that joined while we're live, you are basically getting the free bonus trade alerts that I told y'all about. And that's only if you sign up while we're live. Hint, hint, I've stayed here live with you guys for a little while here to kind of help you out with that. So SFC Braham, welcome to the family. And then we have, we're getting them in twins here. Nith Yavasayan, Yavasan, Chandran. Hey man, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to the newest family members here in the chat. Muhammad says he can't sign up. Muhammad, what's going on? What is going on, sir? Let me send you the link. Make sure you're using the right link, because again, if you do want to get the free trade alerts from Nick Shaheen, if you do want to get the free strategy sessions that from Nick Shaheen that are included in the, well, they're not included in the chat room, you have to sign up live. If you sign up live while we're here on the session, you will get them for free. So on top of what you're getting on the chat room, you're going to get bonus trade alerts, bonus strategy sessions with Nick Shaheen. And those are separate, but I'm just, I'm giving it to you guys if you sign up live. So just make sure that you do that. Mohammed, I'll give you the link here in 1 second, man. By the way, if anybody is in Florida, I hope you're doing well. I'm in Florida and I'm doing fine here, but for the recent hurricane and stuff, we have a lot of members down in Florida. So hope everybody's doing fine if you are there. Mohammed says, I already signed up. We already have an account. Can you just message me here, private message me here, Mohammed, the email you have? Okay. So welcome to the family, folks. And again, I just have to say this so that you don't forget, because it's really important. Fill out the form. Okay. Fill out the form, because then we get emails a month, 2 months, 3 months later. It's like, where's the laptop? It's like, where do we send it? So make sure to please fill out that form. Super important, because that's where we're sending the laptop. And all right, Hugh. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. So we have Hugh, our most recent, well, one of our recent members here, posting as well, just joined. So, I mean, this is great, folks. If you just joined, go in the chat, say, hey, my name's Hugh. Welcome everybody, because I'm telling you, these are going to be your new best friends. This is your new workplace. This is the funnest workplace you're going to find. For real, your people are there for trading full-time, part-time, whatever it is, learning. People go there to make an income. Do people go in there and have fun? And, of course, right? We don't want to work in a boring place. But again, at the same time, remember, this is our workplace. I legit work here, and you guys in the chat room as traders work full-time there. We have full-time traders. We have part-time traders. So, we're really committed to this stuff. Mohammed, what was your, okay, can you just put it here on the Zoom, private message it to me? You can just select the panelist, or if you just want to send it to everyone, so that I can check here. Mermans, oh, my email is not, that's you. That's okay, trying to. All right, okay. Let's see, do we actually get, okay, perfect. I got you. Let me just check this here really quick. I have to give a couple shout outs. Folks, this session is on fire. We are on fire here, okay? I can tell you this has probably been one of the best sessions I've had in a while. The people here are amazing. And ultimately, we're here working, right? We are here working. That's what we're doing. So, okay. My email is not. We have to give a big shout out to Mr. Email. Let's go. Welcome to the family. Woo. All right. So, hey, make sure to fill out the form. Please make sure to fill out the form, and you will get the free, the bonus trade alerts and the bonus strategies with Nick Shaheen. My email is not, because you joined live, and anybody else that did as well. You will get all those things live. I hook you guys up so much that sometimes it's like, should I even be doing this? But ultimately, I feel that this is great to help you guys not just get started, but really learn, have all the material you need, have all the content you need there, because I've been in your shoes. I've blown up. Well, I mean, I don't know what you've done, but I'll tell you, I've blown up my account twice and it sucks. And since I started here at Benzinga, I've been just trying to roll with one hard mission, right? And my mission is basically that if I can help somebody not blow up their account, that really satisfies me. Because, this person probably will not know, thankfully, because they will not blow it up. But it's really, I'm just trying to do my part. Trading in general is a relatively new industry. It's an evolving industry. And I just really want to make sure that if you're here, not only are you happy, but you're satisfied with what you have, right? Everybody's has a different trading style. And it's important to know all the risks that are associated with all those trading styles. A brokerage doesn't care if you win or lose. Seriously, they make money out of you anyways. So when you're buying all those calls out of the money, whatever, with like, who do you think that money's going to? You might as well just send a check to Goldman Sachs. Um, so so yeah, I do feel a calling to help. I love helping people, but then at the same time, I know it sucks to blow up your account. It's happened to me twice. I didn't. There were no chat rooms. Like there were chat rooms, but they were pump and dump chat rooms. And I tell you, like from experience, I've brought in a lot of recommendations here with some of the great developers and the great team we have to continue improving the chat room, and that sort of stuff. So it's really good to see that. But I do have to give a bunch of shout outs here. We did get a nice little trio here of members. All right. Merments. Merments, if you're in the chat, everybody say welcome. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the family. Okay. Welcome to our family here. Hugh, welcome to the family, brother. We got Tony in the house. Let's go. All right, Tony. Okay, perfect. Can you send me an email, Tony, with that so I can do that adjustment for you, please? Everybody that joins, make sure to email me, please, so that I can add those free the the little bonus stuff. And if you have questions on the laptop, I've been putting my contact there so you guys know where to reach me and all that stuff. 1 second. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't mind telling you about like my beginnings in trading. There's a lot of I mean, I don't want to create any stigma, and I really think that transparency is the answer to a lot of things. So I don't mind using this as an example so that you guys can see that it happens in real time. It happens more often than you think. Like people blow up their accounts more often than what you think. I know because I talked to over 10,000 traders here at Benzinga. So do they tell you? No, they don't tell you because, egos or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's personal, right? But I think it's important to kind of realize as well that yes, it can happen. It can happen to anyone. I've signed up lawyers, doctors, people with finance MBAs. That doesn't mean anything in the stock market. You could be like, I mean, it's just you could do anything in life, really, from any background. Ultimately, trading is its own animal. It has its own set of rules, and um, you really have to kind of get that. There's no manual, right? Nobody tells you what a short seller report is when you start. Nobody tells you they could just be trying to make money out of it. And just in a small example, there's so many things that happen in the market, and if you're new, that's really what I'm talking about, right? You do want to make sure that you're there with people that can give you direct, communication, not just Nick, but the members. You're going to build relationships. You're going to make new friends. I promise you that you're going to make some new friendships there. And we're working on, okay, all right. I'm just gonna say this out, okay? We're actually working on an event, a massive, massive, massive event. It's gonna be for like all of our chat room members. Okay. Now it's either gonna be in New York, in Manhattan. It's either gonna be there or Chicago or Miami. It's gonna be in one of those three places. And basically what we're going to do here, everybody that signs up live, okay? So if you already signed up live, you're already in this raffle, okay? But I'm going to raffle out, and I hope I don't get in too much trouble with this, but I'm going to raffle out one ticket to the event when we do it, okay? So we're going to do that event. It's going to be for all the chat members. So again, we're really serious about the community. I have met many of the members in person. We did an event in Vegas this year at the Araya Hotel, 5-star, beautiful. We had live strategy sessions, and it's just such a world of difference, really. When you meet your instructor, you talk with him, everything, and all the other members, and you'll create that bonding, I'm telling you. And also, it would be great to meet many of you folks as well. Michael, you're from Seattle. You're from Seattle. Okay, good to hear that, man. RB Singh, I hear from India. Hello, sir. What's going on, dude? Welcome to this session. Okay, Mermans. Okay, all you folks here that just signed up while we were live, number one, you will get the bonus trade alerts, strategies, and you will also enter into the raffle that I'm doing. That I will be giving out one free ticket. You're gonna get a VIP ticket. All right. Cocktail, drinks, food covered on the house. Okay. I'm gonna raffle one ticket to our next event, which is gonna be either in Manhattan, Chicago, or Miami for our options chat room event. All right. So just keep in mind, you might get an email from me or a call from me next week. All right. About that. So what's up, Hindi? What's going on? Okay. So just merments, remember, very important. Fill out the form that has that you put in the address so that we can ship you the laptop there. And there's a ton of people here. There's like 30 people that signed up that are live here on the session. If you have any specific questions, you can ask me here as well. We can make this into whatever you guys want to make it. DeGiorgio. So yes, the membership, right? That's what you're asking about, is for the year, right? So it's I'll put the link there for you. If you do want to discuss a lifetime or anything like that, we don't really do that, but I can do an exception. Just make sure to contact me, email me. That's the way to go. Anything that you want, really, just contact me. Okay. Now, as far as the chat room, remember that this is Monday to Friday. The post here, let me go to the channel again. And I didn't mention this, but there are sound alerts here. So a lot of people that use this chat room, the blue chat room, they'll usually just turn them on. But typically they'll have it open. I would dedicate a monitor of itself just to this room, just for this room. You have hundreds of traders there, literally with their own tools, experience, plus Nick Shaheen. That is a massive tool of itself because it's a tool that has hundreds of tools being used by hundreds of people that are all working towards the same goal, trading successfully and learning every day. You always need to have that learning mentality. As soon as you think you know it all, that's when everything, kind of goes south. So even the most advanced traders that I talk to, and even, I mean, I know equity strategists, portfolio managers that have been doing this for 4 or 5 decades, and they have a learning mentality. They're never like, oh yeah, I know everything. But I've seen people that have only been trading for a year or two and think they do. So you just have to look at the big scheme of things, right? Having the right mindset is always going to be helpful, especially when you're trying to do something new, because you have to come at it from the right approach. But you also have the resources here, these videos. I showed them earlier. So really quick, just make sure that when you join in, all you guys that popped in, it says Nick's important messages. Click there, okay? And then from there, you click on the live session. You're gonna have like a market commentary like that. And you'll also get this link that says live session. So a couple of people are asking about lifetime. Okay, so if you already signed up, don't worry, I'll send you an email about it. If you also just want to discuss it, just outright getting it, you can also email me. But everybody that already signed up, I'll send you like a quick message if that's something that you're looking for. All right, folks. Let's see, live session. I just want to find this quick thing somebody was asking me about. I'll see you in the chat room, man. I'll see you in the chat room. Absolutely. Okay, so remember that I was mentioning, let me find it here for you, that Sunday session. So in that, you're gonna find that in this chat room, in the channel, in Nick's important messages. That's where you're gonna find that, okay? Now you can see there's a bunch of, this is a credit card spread, all right. All right, so let me just go over one of these trades. Because there's a lot of stuff here really, but I just want you guys to kind of see more or less how this goes. One sec. I have too much stuff open. Okay, so let me zoom in here for you guys. So it says, yesterday I shared a bunch of bearish setups because I suggested we needed a drop. We got that today and they all paid. Okay, congratulations. Then I'm leaving mine on. And this is the quoted commentary. The credit call spread I shared yesterday where I collected 90 cents is now 35-ish. I don't know if anybody has a calculator. That's like a 4x, man. Is that it? 0.9? That's 90 cents. No, that's 9 cents. Okay. So he's saying that here that he can leave it to die in peace for max gains. Remember that we were talking about using different types of trade setups, where we could do condors, butterflies, things like that, let them expire, collect the premium. Well, this is what you get, right? So you can either let the trade die in peace, max gains on 9:30, that would be tomorrow, or you can try and add a credit put spread so that you can turn it into an iron condor. All right. If this sounds confusing, don't worry. We were all there one day when I started trading, and I have a finance background, like in banks and all that sort of stuff. And trading in the stock market, I didn't even know, honestly, like what was mark price, or like all the different things, because all the different brokerages have different names for it. So it was all super confusing, but like if I would have had a room, with an instructor, I would have had a much like smoother start. And it's pretty common, like talk to people, and really their biggest losses are when they were doing things by themselves and when they were starting out. So I mean, talk to 10,000 people across the world, traders, about, how is their trading? Have you ever blown up your account or things like that? Like people tell me about their stuff, and obviously it's private. But then that's what I was trying to explain earlier, that it does happen in real life. People, when they try to trade by themselves and they're trying to wing it, it typically ends bad. So those are just the numbers, right? And that's really what we're trying to make an impact here with the stuff. So this is, you can see, folks, you can convert it into a credit put spread. I'm sorry, you convert it into an iron condor by adding a credit put spread. Example, selling a credit put spread 9:30, expiration SPX. Remember we're talking about SPX? Does anybody remember we're talking about SPX? Ryan, is there, yeah, 1 second, Ryan, hold up. Okay, Ryan, I'm gonna do that adjustment for you. I just sent you a message here on the Zoom. Just let me know when you sign up there so I can give you the bonus alerts and strategies, and do that adjustment. Tony, STO, sell to open. There you go. Mr. My email. So SPX, and if you don't know what SPX is, and you want to know why we trade it and how we trade it, guess what? We got a full video on this. Probably you saw this video and you're like, I don't need that. Like, what the hell is SPX? So it's like a derivative of the SPY almost, right? And we use that to do different trades, like either credit call spreads, credit put spreads, iron condors. I'm telling you, it's a lot easier to enjoy and get the benefits of the chat room once you kind of at least know the basics, like what are these different types of trades and what are the best times to use that. The next best thing is that you get a video telling you what that is, and this is it. Type of trade is best. How to pick what type of trade. Buy a call, sell puts. This is really important, folks. I mean, don't overlook these videos, please. Okay. So yes, so that's why if you still have questions on SPX, how we use it, why we use it, check out this video. Does anybody want to look at this video actually, since we're here? Let me know in the chat if anybody does want to look at this video on why we're using SPX versus SPY. Deborah wants to watch it. Deborah, what an amazing person you are. You're always on these sessions. And best wishes and a good speedy recovery for Deborah. An amazing person here. Geoff, okay, you guys want to look at this? Okay, all right. People have spoken. All right, let me get this set up here, folks. I'm gonna get this video rolling, and we're gonna get this session started here. All right. So those that stay until the end, they get the real juice. If you haven't noticed, that's where the real action begins. Okay, all right, are we ready, Deborah? Everybody's good to go here? Pop the video open. Let's do it.
Hey traders, quick lesson on the difference between the SPX and the SPY. Really, the conversation is the difference between a cash settled ticker in the options world versus not. So the SPY is the ETF that tracks the index. The index is the SPX, cash index. So whenever I trade options in the SPX, it's called cash settled, because they can't, which means they cannot act early on me. So I won't wake up, if I sold a put spread, I won't wake up being assigned a position. What happens is they draw the line whenever it expires. I'll use specific examples. So let's go to Friday. Actually, let's go to Wednesday. Today, this one has 1 day on the clock. This is the SPY, the ETF. So if I have a position here, I have to worry about tomorrow overnight them acting on me. 1 day left, close to current price. If I'm short a call here, I may wake up being assigned this or that. I don't want this mess. Also on this side as well, they could, if I'm short this put, maybe they'll assign me. Definitely tomorrow night I would get assigned for sure if it stays there, because they can do that. So one way to avoid it is to use the SPX. The options there are cash settled. So at the end of the day tomorrow, they draw the line. Let's say the SPX closes at 42.40, right? So if I sold a 42.40 put spread, 42.40, 42.35, then I don't even have to close it because they draw the line to say it closed at 42.40, your risk was at 42.40, you owe us nothing. Or if it closed at 42.39 and I don't close it, no big deal, because what happens is after they draw the line at 42.40, they'll do the math between 42.40 and my risk and where it closed 40.
Hey, really quick, folks. I just zoomed in a little bit here and I changed the quality of the video. It makes a world of a difference. I couldn't even read the numbers. Do you guys want to watch this with the high quality video from the beginning, or you just want to let it roll now? I don't know if you guys were kind of trying to find the levels to kind of really take notations on this. You're good? GF wants to restart it. All right, we need to do an official poll here. Do we need to do a poll here, guys, or what? Okay, we're just gonna restart. It's 2 minutes. Okay.
Hey traders, quick lesson on the difference between the SPX and the SPY. Really, the conversation is the difference between a cash settled ticker in the options world versus not. So the SPY is the ETF that tracks the index. The index is the SPX, cash index. So whenever I trade options in the SPX, it's called cash settled, because they can't, which means they cannot act early on me. So I won't wake up, if I sold a put spread, I won't wake up being assigned a position. What happens is they draw the line whenever it expires. I'll use specific examples. So let's go to Friday. Actually, let's go to Wednesday. Today, this one has 1 day on the clock. This is the SPY, the ETF. So if I have a position here, I have to worry about tomorrow overnight them acting on me. 1 day left, close to current price. If I'm short a call here, I may wake up being assigned this or that. I don't want this mess. Also on this side as well, they could, if I'm short this put, maybe they'll assign me. Definitely tomorrow night I would get assigned for sure if it stays there, because they can do that. So one way to avoid it is to use the SPX. The options there are cash settled. So at the end of the day tomorrow, they draw the line. Let's say the SPX closes at 42.40, right? So if I sold a 42.40 put spread, 42.40, 42.35, then I don't even have to close it because they draw the line to say it closed at 42.40, your risk was at 42.40, you owe us nothing. Or if it closed at 42.39 and I don't close it, no big deal, because what happens is after they draw the line at 42.40, they'll do the math between 42.40 and my risk and where it closed 42.39, so I lost $1 per contract. But if I collected the dollar to open the trade, then I didn't lose anything. But there's no assignment. It's nice and clean, cash settled. They draw the line wherever it ends up. They'll do the math between that and the leg sold in the credit spread example, and then you win, for example, or you lose. So let's say it closes at 42.40 and I sold the 42.30, 42.25 credit put spread. Then I clearly won. I don't even need to do math. That's it. It dies. Same thing on here. If it closes wherever it closes, and they'll do the math between where it closes, 42.40, we're assuming as an example, and where I sold the call spread. So if I sold the 42.45 call spread, then I'm set. If I sold the 42.40, I broke even. Actually, I won whatever I collected because it's zero. But if it closed at 42.41 or 42, then I may have lost $1 or $2 out of what I collected. So if I collected $1, then I broke even. If I collected $2, then I made $1. If I collected 50 cents, I lost 50 cents. You follow this? It's cash settled. There's no actions. When the option expires, then they'll draw the line at the settlement price. Now, I say that because every 3 weeks, there's a hitch in the giddy up here. So let me take this out. The monthly contracts, see how they're all purple? Except these are white. We just passed a white one, which was June 18th. These are monthly. They call them monthlies. That's what we had. That's the only thing we had before when they first started. We had one and then one. We had no weeklies, nothing. Now we have 3 a week, maybe 4 a week. So July, I'm going to say 16th, we have 2 contracts. One says AM and one doesn't. They both expire on Friday. One, they draw the line in the morning, 24 days. In the morning, when we open, they'll say, okay, the final score is 42.40 or whatever it is in the morning. And that's it. The whole day can trade. It can go to zero, it can go to billion. They drew the line. They'll do the math for those who use that contract in the morning. Versus those who choose that contract, 24 days, exactly the same expiration date. The only difference that this one settles at night. Where does it close? So it could open here, it could collapse, and then that's where it is at the end of the day. Or it can run, and that's what it is at the end of the day. So that is a nuance. Cash settled, the settlement part varies. Usually it's in the evenings. All of them are in the evening except this guy in the morning and this guy in the morning. Every month we have one guy in the morning. So you have to pay attention to that. And that's only on the SPX, because the SPY is not like this. The SPY has one on July 16th. Doesn't have AM, PM. It trades like a stock, so only one. Expires at the end of the day. It settles at the end of the day, so whatever the score is at the end of the day, that's our score. So hopefully this demystifies this. What is cash settled again? It's easy. The SPX is a cash settled transaction. The RUT, it's the index for the small caps. The NDX, they're cash settled. There are a few other ones that are cash settled as well. It's important to know the difference, because then if something goes in the money, I'm not sweating. Oh my gosh, I'm going to wake up owning share. No, they're cash settled. They don't do any of that stuff. Nice clean cut when they draw the line. That's the finish line. In the SPX, always in the evening, except for the SPX and the RUT, sometimes it's in the morning. So you have to pay attention to that. It would say AM. Let me show you the RUT version of these monthly things. So purple, 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 boom, July 16th, AM. It does not have a PM. August, that's 20th, I think, the monthly contract in August, AM. September, AM. December, AM. They don't have a November contract yet. They do have a November 30th, but not a November monthly. So you see that? I have not traded the NDX in a long time, so I couldn't tell you. AM, the monthlies. Okay, so avoid that guy, in my opinion. Now, my biggest losses were in that's 20th, I think, the monthly contract in August, AM. September, AM. December, AM. They don't have a November contract yet. They do have a November 30th, but not a November monthly. So you see that? I have not traded the NDX in a long time, so I couldn't tell you. AM, the monthlies. Okay? So avoid that guy, in my opinion. Now, my biggest losses were in that guy and through no fault of my own. So anyway, so SPX, better than the SPY for me. Tax, there are tax implications. I'm not addressing that. You talk to CPA. I'm not one. I'm not qualified. From a trading perspective, it is, for me, the easier trade. Nice cleaner cut. I don't have to worry about actions. And the SPY pays a dividend. So that puts a new twist. Boy, Nick, what are you doing now talking about dividends? So it pays quarterly dividend. I'm pretty sure of it. So go double check, which means if I have a debit call spread or a credit call spread that's at or currently in the money or just above the money around X dividend day, I need to worry because there's a trick they do. I forgot what they call it. They stick you short the stock if you have a call that's short in the money or close to the money. Then the next day you owe dividend to somebody. What? Yep. It's happened to me, not from the SPY. I forgot, OEX maybe, some other index. I didn't know it could happen. Years and years and years ago, I woke up owing like $800 on a winning trade nonetheless. So anyway, cleaner cut SPX. SPY, easier risk. It's smaller. You can maneuver it a little bit more. To me, it's a cleaner cut. The cash settled indices versus the regular trading like a regular stock. Hopefully this demystifies it a little bit. There's a lot of jargon out there about that. Cash settled means there's no assignment. They draw the line, they do the math, and they settle it in cash after hours. You may also hear them refer to European style versus American style. So that's the difference between the two. You can read up on it, but all I need to know is that cash settled mean it's a matter of math, no actions, versus the other ones that are just like a stock.
All right, folks. So did anyone get that video? Right, we went over SPX, SPY, why we like to do it. Just some of the reasons why we do it. Did that make sense to you, folks? It's okay if it didn't, because if so, that's why you have Nick Shaheen in the room, so that you can ask him all those questions, those little small questions, loose ends, right? We always have those. You want to confirm things, and typically that's the problem where most people is. Where like they'll just give you a video and that's it. But like if you have Nick Shaheen there live, it's just totally different because you can put up your questions on all these videos, right? The goal is for you to learn, right? It's not just trade alerts. So you get your questions from all these videos, credit put spreads, when to book profit, set a stop loss, go through each of those videos, right? Pull out your pen and paper, start taking notes, questions. That's how you learn. Don't try to just keep it all in your head like this is some, like you're rolling dices on the corner in Somali, okay? Just put a little bit of thought into it, put some effort into it. These videos are super easy to follow. There's no reason why nobody could do this, right? There's a couple minutes of them. So, all right, folks, a couple of people are asking questions on where to join. So I'm going to put that link again in the chat. Pocha ready. Make sure you're using the chat there. I'll send it over to you. 1 second. And yes, since you did join live, yes, you will get the bonus trade alerts, and you will also get you'll also go into the raffle that I'll be giving out one ticket to our next conference. It's going to be either in Vegas, New York, or Miami, and we're basically going to be doing a meetup, a get together, right? From the chat members. Only chat members will be able to pretty much go there, right? And you're gonna meet me, Nick. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a packed day session. So yes, you will enter the raffle. Pachardi, As long as you're signing up while we are live, even if you're trying to do the lifetime, that's fine. I'll reach out to you tomorrow. You know, it's not the end of the world today. You have a 30-day money back guarantee on this stuff. So literally there's you'll have more than enough time, really. Um, okay, so I posted the chat there. We've gone over a couple of these videos. And actually these seem to be pretty short so that you don't have to spend a whole day doing this. But all right, folks. So one other thing here for those that did join already right now, just want to make sure that you know where to go. Let's see who. All right, so we have a bunch of new people that are posting in the chat room, and we have a nice little after party there. Hugh, Bargain Daddy, Jeff. What's up, Jeff? Mark E. What up? MSGB. All the new members out here showing their stripes. I love it. I love it. Folks, I'm telling you, this is a great community to just go in there and learn and make friends, right? I mean, if you're trying to do that on like Wall Street Bets, like, no, that's a big no-no. Do not do that. Everybody in this chat room is vouched for. They're real traders. I've signed up probably 95% of them since we launched the chat room. So I can tell you, I mean, I know several of these people by first name basis. I've also seen them in person in our events. It's an amazing team there, and you just have to check it out. So yes, make sure that you're checking the email for the laptop. Make sure you fill out the form so that so that we know where we're going to send you the laptop. The laptop is free for anybody that joins. Also, the trade alerts, if you're watching this or you're watching this in a replay, send me an email. Basically, everybody that signs up live gets bonus trade alerts from Nick Shaheen and bonus strategies from Nick as well. These are separate from the chat room. The other thing is that you get the laptop. We already discussed that, Jay. You also get entered to the raffle to win a ticket to our next event, our trader group meeting, right? For the chat members, so that you can meet all the friends here that you'll make and Nick Shaheen, right? It's going to be an amazing session. And let's see, I'm getting a couple of emails with some of these questions. The schedule of the chat room, Marty, schedule of the chat room is Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. So you're basically going to be, yeah, I mean, as soon as you sign up, you have immediate access. Just kind of, to kind of get on that, right? You have immediate access. You can get in there right now. You and I can talk tomorrow. That's absolutely fine. Or we can talk the day after. It doesn't matter. That number, that email is my direct line. It's my direct email. So if you do want to call me, email me at any point, feel free to do that. But I think that kind of covers a lot, right? We did cover a lot. This has been a really good session. I just need to make sure everybody got their air horn. All right. Everybody got a proper welcome, a proper reception here. I'm pulling out the red carpet for you guys. And a couple of new members here that we have to give a big shout out here. M645, welcome to the chat room. Jason, welcome. And we have Marla as well. So folks, let's go. All right. It's been a great session, folks. I definitely had fun. Deborah, you're welcome. It's always good to have you here in these sessions. There's a lot of people that come to these sessions for many reasons. I think it's great. We have a good time. We learn, and we have a good time. And that's really what matters, right? We're learning. We're making money at the chat room. And if anybody does have any questions, we have all the instructors there. Let's see. Now, Chen, any questions? Send me an email. Send me an email. But okay. Wrapping things up here, folks. If there's any questions on the chat room, or if you got last minute questions before we do close the stream, remember the bonus of the trade alerts from Nick Shaheen and the bonus of the strategies and the raffle of the ticket is only available if you sign up live, like as we are right now. A lot of people got a chance to do that. So if there's any other questions, put them there. I'm gonna let the stream run there for a little bit because I know that some of you guys might need the link or anything like that. And if anything, we can just talk tomorrow. But great session. Thank you everybody for being here. I definitely look forward to seeing you guys in the chat room. What an amazing group of people, amazing family we have here. It just keeps getting bigger. The more, the merrier. And ultimately, that's really key to success, right? just because in high school or college they make you take tests alone doesn't mean, that that's the best way to do things. When you work as a team, you can get bigger things done, right? And that's really what I'm trying to leave you here with, right? The community aspect of this. You trying to wing it, right? By yourself versus, you with Nick Shaheen, professional trader, 9 to 5 and Sundays, plus hundreds of other traders that are eager to help you, eager to trade with you, and just hang out with you in the chat room. You're there the whole day. Trust me, you're going to make some friends. So, folks, really good session. I want to thank everybody for being here. Stay safe, trade responsibly. It's Rodrigo here from Benzinga. I care a lot for you guys. So if you got questions, just send me an email. And I really look forward to seeing you guys in the chat room. Big air horn from everybody. Let's go. All right, folks. So I'm just going to be here in the back. I'm doing a couple things. My day is basically just getting started. So we'll see you guys in the chat room tomorrow. Happy trading. We'll see you guys there.